Jay Stegall, and Laurie George will be joining us shortly. I ask that everyone please silence their cell phones. We'll begin by singing our national anthem, and our national anthem will be sung tonight by Senior Executive Director Bettina McKinney. Please join me in saluting our flag.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets crackling, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and be followed by the pledge to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Please be seated. Miss McKinney, I think we'll be singing at the Super Bowl singing sometime. That was fantastic. Really was fantastic. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. Before we go to public comment, I want to acknowledge the great work of Dr. Molinar and her colleagues, teachers, staff, and principals. You all have seen the latest STAR results. You'll be getting a full report on the STAR later after the districts had an opportunity to work through all the numbers. But I want to commend Dr. Molinar for her leadership. You saw we're still not where we need to be, but over last year we saw significant gains, particularly in math. And in many schools, several schools achieved double-digit gains. We had a few laggards, but overall, under her leadership, it was a better year for our kids. So thank you, Dr. Molinar. Before we begin public comment, I want to explain the purpose of tonight's meeting. It's a workshop. It's not a regular board meeting that the Board of Education has called for the purpose of community listening training. We're going to be joined by a leader from Lone Star Governance who's going to assist us in developing a plan for intentional listening campaign over the coming months. The training will be facilitated by A.J. Craybill, known to many of you, and the rest of the district's governance coaching team. The topics listed on the posted agenda selected for training and informational purposes only. No action will be taken by the board tonight on any of the items during tonight's workshop. Because this is a workshop and not a regular board meeting, public comment is limited to matters that are specifically listed on the posted agenda in accordance with board policy BED Local, and the Texas Open Meetings Act. I'd like to also share an update to our guidelines regarding signs at future meetings. This is a new regulation that'll become in effect over the meeting that we have next week. Beginning with the June 23rd regular board meeting, signs will continue to be permitted in the boardroom, but they must comply with the district's updated posted meeting guidelines. Signs must be handheld, may not exceed 11 by 17 inches, and may not be attached to poles, sticks, or other supports. Signs may not obstruct anyone's view in the audience, block aisles, entrances, exits, or safety equipment, or create a safety concern, or disrupt in any way the orderly conduct of the meeting. If a sign does not comply with these guidelines, it will be removed from the room. Our next agenda item is public comment. We truly value hearing from the community. Thank you for turning out tonight to share your views with us. It's an important part of our meetings. I want to share a brief reminder of our process and expectations. To ensure that everyone has a fair opportunity to speak, public comment is conducted in accordance with Fort Worth ISD's board policy and the Texas Open Meetings Act. And we'll follow those rules in order to manage our meeting in an orderly and consistent manner. Speakers must sign up in advance. Through our predetermined process, you'll be called in order and will have up to 3 minutes to speak. The presiding officer may make adjustments when needed to help manage time and ensure everyone is heard. At regular meetings, speakers may address any topic. At special meetings, comments are limited to items posted on the agenda. The board listens to all public comments but does not engage in discussion during this portion of the meeting. When appropriate, responses are limited to factual information or existing policy. We ask that speakers be mindful of student privacy and refrain from identifying students by name, as student information is protected by law. However, a parent or guardian may identify his or her own child if they choose. Speakers are also encouraged to avoid naming individual employees or volunteers and instead address concerns at the campus program or district level as appropriate. We also ask that concerns about individual employees, students, or other confidential matters be directed through the appropriate district processes rather than during public comment, as those procedures are to ensure concerns are handled in an appropriate and fair manner. Please respect the procedures in place as well as other speakers and audience members, and conclude your remarks promptly when your 3 minutes have expired. Thank all of you for your engagement. Thank you for being here tonight. We have 11 speakers signed up tonight. The first speaker on the list is Caroline James, and she will be followed by Rebecca Montgomery. Thanks. Welcome, Ms. James.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For my introduction, I'm going to steal from a friend. Recently, a friend introduced me in this way. Caroline is an educator and administrator who now serves as an educational consultant and coordinates the Literacy Roundup initiative, which provides free literacy screenings throughout Fort Worth. She also leads the Fort Worth group centered on the question of what might be possible if an entire city prioritized literacy. I love that introduction, and I am leaning into it, but I want you to know that it represents a few years of growth and a lot of experiences in the city of Fort Worth. More on that in a second. You are about to host community listening sessions. Thank you. These will be an amazing opportunity for you to learn from parents and community members. I want to talk with you about how you might prepare and who you should invite. Now back to my introduction. I didn't start out as the leader of the Literacy Fort Worth and leading the Literacy Roundup initiative. I was first a Fort Worth ISD parent. My oldest son graduated from Pascal High School and was well served there. I hoped for the same experience for my son Andrew. He was in Fort Worth ISD at Westcliff Elementary through 5th grade. However, Andrew's experience was not good. He was admitted into special education in his 2nd grade. This is my file of forms and testing from his 4 years of special education and all of our meetings in Fort Worth ISD. Now, English is my first language. I am literate. I have 2 master's degrees. I have a job that allows me to attend these lengthy meetings in the middle of the workday. I've been in education for 30 years, and I had trouble navigating special education systems in Fort Worth ISD. Ultimately, I gave up. We moved Andrew to a private school. You cannot afford to have any other families leave Fort Worth ISD, and there's just no reason for that to happen. You can serve students with dyslexia right here in Fort Worth ISD schools. These listening sessions represent an awesome opportunity for you to hear from parents, and I want you to be sure to invite parents of children who are struggling, parents of students who are in special education or who are begging for testing so they can be admitted to special education. Last night, Go Beyond Grades and Literacy Fort Worth hosted a Zoom meeting designed to help parents understand their child's STAR scores and navigate supports, including special education. 88 parents and their caregivers attended, children's caregivers attended, and they stayed right up to the end. They had great questions and they engaged with us. They care and they want what's best for their kids. As an educator, I've never met a parent who didn't care for their child or wanted what was best for them. But we have systems in Fort Worth ISD that make it too hard for parents to partner with their child's school. Please invite parents to these listening sessions who can tell you stories of requesting testing, stories of ARD meetings and paperwork that is confusing and that drowns you. I gave up and left. Please make sure that no one else leaves Fort Worth ISD because I know you can make changes needed to serve these students and their families well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Next speaker is Rebecca Montgomery, and she will be followed by Rita McWaters.
Good evening. Superintendent Licata, President Guerin, and members of the Fort Worth ISD Board of Managers. My name is Rebecca Montgomery, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We're so grateful that you're hosting these listening sessions for the community. Some community members, like me, are helping with the literacy crisis by being advocates for children identified with dyslexia. I want you to invite me to these type of listening sessions because I've experienced firsthand how hard the ARD process can be. As a former pediatric nurse for special needs children, I've seen how overwhelming the education system can feel for families. But you could physically see their challenges, what these children had to deal with, and they still struggled with accessing additional educational support, not feeling heard. This year, a 5th grade student I advocated for had 2 caring, intelligent, literate parents who have been begging the district literally for years to be heard for additional support for their child. But even they needed assistance to help navigate the ARD process. His reading scores were within the normal average range. Sounds great. But it was the bottom of the average range, right on the border of below average. He's about to go into middle school with a 2nd or 3rd grade reading level. I don't believe any of us would call that normal. What if this was your child? After multiple meetings and conversations, as a community member, I finally asked again, what is the plan for this child? We were not leaving without a plan. That's this year. They finally agreed to retest. We finally felt heard. Once retested, it showed a lack of progress for his age. He's now receiving the support he needs for dyslexia. I ask that you host these listening sessions in a way that you can hear from the community. Please be sure to invite us to tell you about the ARD process from a community perspective. We appreciate you all. We are here to support all of you, our students, and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Next speaker is Rita McWaters, and Ms. McWaters will be followed by Ambika Sharma.
Hi. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Could
My
you
name
get a
is-
little closer to the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm kind of tall. All right. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rita, and I'm here on behalf of Literacy Fort Worth. I want to thank you first for seeking community input through these listening sessions. My request tonight is simple. As you decide who to invite, please make sure that you include people who work directly with dyslexia and in special education. Not just the leaders, but the families, students, educators, advocates, and community partners who see the challenges up close every day. Literacy Fort Worth testers, counselors, and advocates would be grateful to participate because we're already doing this work in the community. Through our Literacy Roundup initiatives, we are helping identify students in Fort Worth who may have undiagnosed dyslexia. The City of Fort Worth has partnered with us to provide screenings through Camp Fort Worth. We're serving students in multiple school districts. And right now, we're in Como and Thomas Place community centers, and most of those children attend Fort Worth ISD schools. We're only on day 3 of the Literacy Roundup, and we've already screened 147 students and identified 50 who are at risk for dyslexia. I want to make sure that you're hearing from their parents and the teachers who are going to serve them next year. This conversation matters because dyslexia is common yet under-identified. National estimates suggest about 20% of people have characteristics of dyslexia or related language-based learning differences. In a classroom of 20 students, that could mean as many as 4 students. In Fort Worth ISD, however, only about 6% of students have been identified with dyslexia district-wide. Some schools are reporting rates of 2%. When students are not identified, they're not served. They may be labeled as behind, unmotivated, or having behavioral issues, when what they need is structured literacy, early intervention, and adults who know what to look for. Dyslexia is not some niche issue, it's a core literacy issue. I'm asking the board to invite the parents of students with dyslexia, students who can speak on their own experience, classroom teachers, dyslexia therapists and specialists, bilingual literacy experts, and community literacy organizations and dyslexia advocates who are already serving families, both in and outside of the school day. These are the people who can help the district understand where families get stuck, where students are missed, and where partnerships could remove barriers. They can help turn listening sessions into a practical plan for earlier identification, better services, and stronger reading outcomes. Our goal at Literacy Fort Worth is simple: to help find every child in Fort Worth with dyslexia and help connect those students with services that work. We're finding them. Will you be ready to serve them? We're ready to work alongside with Fort Worth ISD, with families, educators, and community partners to address a literacy crisis that affects not only our schools, but our entire community. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to serve every student in Fort Worth ISD.
Thank you, Ms. McWaters. Yes, Dr. Licata.
Dr. Krishna, would you please get the list of the folks from that group and schedule a meeting with me and you and Mr. Chaudhary in the next week or two so we can sit and hear their perspectives? It sounds like they're doing a lot for our kids and willing to work with us, and we want to definitely partner with them, partner more than what we are now, and hear what they have to say from perspectives and how we can help them.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. Our next speaker is Ms. Sharma, and Ms. Sharma will be followed by, and I apologize if I mispronounced the name, Dallas Mackey.
Hi, good evening. First of all, thank you for giving them time with you. I appreciate that. I guess this is the intent of today's agenda listening session, so thank you for demonstrating how to listen. But I wanted to speak also on agenda number 4, and I have 3 points to make. First point is about the schedule. So I noticed that the schedule is Southwest High School, Northside High School, Dunbar High School, Pascal, and then Benbrook High Middle School. I didn't confirm this, but I don't think Benbrook Middle High School is part of Fort Worth ISD. So that was confusing as to why we chose that as a location. I would have liked to see a high school on the western side of the town, so preferably Western Hills and or Arlington Heights. But doesn't, from a tactics or optics perspective, it doesn't bode well for you all, an entity that is part of the takeover from the state, to not have a listening session in an area where parents are desperate to be listened and be heard. So that's what I'm referring to is the reassignment of one of the principals there. There is a petition, more than 50,000 signatures have been sent, and yet when there was time to do listening session, I feel deliberately that community was left out. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 is why I actually got involved. As I mentioned, I think I spoke here on May 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. On April 28th, 137 people showed up. This meeting went on until 1 a.m., and they, presented all sorts of arguments and their perspective to not close down the INA. and to not fire teachers. And yet you all voted unanimously to do that, exactly that. So, when that happens, people like me who don't have children, so I'm not involved in the school board, but even I felt compelled to come out here and speak and say, when 37 people show up, how can we say that public comments are an important part of the democracy when you all seem to have made up your mind on what you want to do? So that's also not good. If you want to listen, please listen with an intention to understand and then deliberate. Don't just sit here looking bored, Rosa. Number 3, I want to make a request for Dunbar High School. That's your speaking session number 5 on June 30th. I'm not sure how this happened, so I will assume positive intent and call it a coincidence. So your listening session number 5 at Dunbar High School is at the same time as Fort Worth City's open house on data centers, and it's the same community that's being impacted, the Black Mountain Data Center in that area. So I would ask if you could move the Dunbar High School meeting to a different day. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Sharma. I would like to respond to one thing that you said. Benbrook High School is a Fort Worth ISD school, so thanks. Appreciate your comments. Ms. Mackey, am I pronouncing your name correctly? All right. And she'll be followed by Sarah Fairley Luna.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am a school nurse for the last 20 years, that hurts to say, a pediatric nurse for the last 35 years, so I've worked with children for quite a while. And I'm also the mother of 3 children, all of who had learning disabilities. I wanted to thank you for taking the time to do the listening, the community listening sessions. I hope that it will be productive for you all. In the words of every teacher that I have ever known, pay attention. Pay attention to what the parents say, to what the teachers say, to what people in the community say. It's important. I think the parents with children with learning disabilities are struggling like you would not believe. I would not have known that had I not had kids and tried to go through the process. And I, like Caroline, said, forget it. It was too much, and took my children out of public schools. It was just not worth the trouble. When I talk to people about the ARD process, they make it sound like it's a battle between school district versus parent-student, and it shouldn't be that way. It should not be so hard. And I actually had lunch with one of my daughter's friends from when she was in school. She has 2 small children now that are elementary age, and she was telling me her son has dyslexia, and the process that she's been going through to try to get him services that he needs, it's taken her 2 years. 2 years to get what he needs. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And they weren't going to give him services because he didn't test. He was right on the border and didn't test where he needed to test to get services. But when they went back again and could see that he was not progressing, they did give him services. All I'd like to say is it's so important for our kids to learn to read. I think you know that. It is the foundation of everything else that they learn. If they cannot read, they can't learn anything else. And until we get every child every service they need in this school district, we are not finished. We are not finished. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey, for your comments. Next speaker is Sarah Fairley Luna, and Ms. Fairley Luna will be followed by Marisol Herrera.
Yes, I'm recovering from a head cold, a cough. I'm here to talk about the listening session, and I'm very grateful you all are doing the training. And I wrote down some notes, but I think I'm mostly gonna go a little bit more off script because I'm experiencing a little bit of a tension and wanting to show up and authentically partner, with you. And I believe that your role and your intention to serve students to the best of your ability is there. I'm experiencing tension as both a parent and a community member and a community leader, because sometimes what you say behind the dais isn't how the act is when you are voting on something, when community members do come out and share their voices. So my recommendation at this listening governance training, and also as you navigate and move through these listening sessions, is that listening requires action and kind of sitting within that tension. I'm sitting in that tension right now of I'm wanting the best for you because I'm wanting the best for our students. But so far, I'm not sure that I can fully trust your body's decision making. And I say that as a parent with a kid that would be in the district who has special needs. I say that as I know some of you very personally, and I think that one recommendation I would have is you already took the name and information for this organization, but inviting other grassroots local organizations into these sessions, having them host some of these listening sessions, seeking out partnership from community members who don't have the capability to show up here at 5 o'clock. Those parents of our dual language students, the parents of our refugee students at INA, our LGBTQ students, please invest your energy in coordinating and partnering with those organizations, because those voices are so important too to our district. That's where I can lend partnership. I would really love to offer support in that way, as long as it comes with action, as long as there's that level of investment to both listening and the follow through and the action. I think a lot of us are exhausted from just listening sessions. So it's the listening, sitting with the tension, and then making a critical decision. But please include those community members, partner with them, and invite them to host listening sessions where you all come in and show up and really humbly listen to our community. Our kids really deserve that, all of our kids. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Marisol Herrera, and she'll be followed by Deanna Deardorff.
Good evening, Superintendent Licata and members of the Board of Managers. My name is Marisol Herrera. I am currently serving as Vice President for the Fort Worth ISD Council of PTAs and also Vice President for Fort. I'm also a parent of a student in Fort Worth ISD who also receives special education services. So I come here before you really with a lot at stake for these community listening sessions. I want to thank you for holding them. I am very glad to see that they're on the schedule. I plan to be at the first one at Northside. That's the community where I spend a lot of my time, where I work. So I plan to see you guys there on June 22nd. I believe they're an important and very necessary step as you work to shape the future of our district. I think it's crucial. And as you begin this process, I encourage you to ensure that community voice is not only heard, but genuinely valued and centered in your decision-making, as the previous speaker said. We have gone through rounds and rounds of listening sessions before with other leaders, and the frustrating part is that we speak and then we're right back in the same place. So we'd like to see that action connected to it. Listening to parents, educators, students, all of the community organizations, the stakeholders who care very deeply about the success of Fort Worth ISD. Over the past 14 years, I have served this district as both an educator and a community organizer. So I can tell you firsthand from experience that our community cares very deeply about what's going on in Fort Worth ISD. And we may not always agree on the path forward, but there is far more agreement than disagreement on one fundamental point, and that is that we want our students to truly thrive, and all the sense of that word. I encourage you to think beyond simply inviting the community to the district-hosted meetings. They're important, very much so, but there's value in going directly into the spaces where people already gather and organize. When leaders enter those spaces with humility and a genuine desire to learn, the conversation just feels different. People feel seen, respected, and more willing to engage authentically. As chair of the Impact Mentorship Program through the Fort Worth ISD Council of PTAs, I want to welcome the opportunity to partner with you in these outreach efforts. We can help you connect you directly with existing community networks, campuses with established PTAs, and campuses that are still building family engagement structures. So we are strategically poised to be able to connect you with those structures. I want these listening sessions to succeed, and I believe that success will depend on how effectively we all work together to ensure every community voice has a seat at the table that is meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. Next speaker, Deanna Deerdorf, and Ms. Deerdorf will be followed by Lon Burnham.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Deanna Deerdorf. I'm a parent to 4 current students. I'm on the boards of the Fort Worth ISD Council of PTAs, and the I Am Terrell PTA. And first, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Licata, you and your team for scheduling the listening sessions we've been talking about in the coming days. And I want to talk a little bit more to echo some of what has already been said. The goals and the guardrails that you will adopt during this intervention are going to shape our district for years. Under this intervention, this board carries the full authority and responsibility of an elected trustee, including the duty to represent the public interest. I'm very grateful for the board workshops, for the one this evening, the one last time, and the coaching that you're currently receiving on this topic, because I think it is paramount to our success. But that duty is best fulfilled when the public has real varied chances to be heard, not only through public comment here, but through ongoing dialogue in spaces where families already feel comfortable speaking openly. So I'm asking this board to engage our community beyond the district-led listening sessions. Partners like the Fort Worth ISD Council of PTAs, Parent Shield, Literacy Fort Worth, Literacy United, and our Fort Worth ISD Special Education PTA are already doing this work, and I'm sure I've left off some really other valuable groups. The groups I represent would be glad to co-host community meetings with you, and I'm confident the others I've named would be too. And I want to ask something of our community too. We cannot leave the setting of these goals and guardrails solely in the manager's hands. It is on us to show up and speak to what matters. How this intervention is shaped will determine 2 things: how effectively we improve student outcomes for every student in our district, and how quickly we return this district to local control. Board of Managers, you need to create the opportunities for our community to engage with you, but community, we need you to fill them. I know there are families, particularly on our east side and north side, who have felt ignored, who I have witnessed their voices getting pushed to the bottom year after year. But I believe this is our chance to change that. This administration and this board are telling us they're willing to listen, so please show up one more time. Speak to what your community needs, whether it's special ed, bilingual, African American populations, schools of choice. Let's give them the chance to follow through. Our district is stronger when we all work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deerdorf. Next speaker is Lon Burnham. I don't see Representative Burnham here. We'll call on him if he shows up. Next speaker is Taylor Duncan, and she will be followed by our last speaker, Trinace Dorsey Hollins.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not too tall, so if I need to lower it, let me know. My name is Taylor.
Could you tilt the microphone down just a little bit?
Yeah, that's why I was addressing it. Well, I'll stand on my toes. My name is Taylor Duncan. I'm the parent to 3, soon-to-be 4, kids in Fort Worth ISD. I also serve as the president of Daggett Elementary's PTA and the vice president of the Fort Worth ISD Council of PTA's Impact Mentorship Program. As this board, and as you've heard, works to set the goals and the guardrails that will guide our district through this period of state intervention, I want to thank you, like has been said, for holding community engagement as a core part of that process. I come here today to specifically ask that you engage with the community in listening sessions beyond those that the district themselves organize. And to have, again, echoing the previous sentiments, have listening sessions with trusted community organizations. My understanding through the community meetings that the state hosted back in the spring was that the newly appointed board would be hosting and facilitating these, and I hope to see that process initiated soon. District-hosted sessions in schools are really valuable, but my worry is that they don't reach everyone. Many families and community members feel comfortable speaking candidly in spaces, I've heard this before, led by people that they already trust. I'd encourage the board to partner with those organizations across our city to co-host those listening sessions, including organizations like you've heard mentioned today, in addition to neighborhood associations, local congregations and faith communities, other stakeholders in our district. Each of these groups reaches different corners of our stakeholders, and pulling input only from sessions that the district themselves organize risks hearing from the same voices repeatedly while missing families and community members who are skeptical of the district-led outreach during a takeover or who simply can't make it to a school building on a weeknight. So my ask for the board is to commit to these three things: identifying a slate of community partners, providing a forum for consistently executing discussions, and building a feedback loop so that what's heard in those rooms shows up in the goals and the guardrails that the board ultimately adopts. We have a real opportunity to work together, the board, the district, and the community, to get our schools back on track for the city of Fort Worth, and I believe that our community wants that. We're asking the board to engage and let us help. Thank you for your time. My calves hurt.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Our next speaker is Trinace Dorsey Hollins, and she'll be followed by Representative Burnham.
Sorry. Good afternoon. Just want to first say that I agree with much of what was said today. The community meetings are so important. I also would like to volunteer to host a meeting outside of just what you guys are having at the schools. But first of all, my name is Trinace Dorsey Hollins, lifelong resident of Fort Worth, parent of 2 beautiful Fort Worth ISD students, and the director of Parent Shield Fort Worth. I consider myself a pretty informed parent about knowing what's going on in the district, but I recently had a conversation with 4 new principals, and we were discussing some of the changes that were being made at the Elevate campuses. And those changes were new to me, so I know if they're new to me, there's probably plenty of other parents and community members that they're new to as well, which is why these meetings are so important. I don't even like to call them just listening session. I hope that they're more considered like a round table so that there can actually be some dialogue and not just listening. Also, I am here today to share, we know that our babies are struggling in reading. Like, that is the main thing. The reason I'm pretty sure many of you are sitting behind the dais today is because to support with that. In the hopes of transparency, we know that STAR data was just released, and we know that there was growth for, Fort Worth ISD's 3rd grade students. However, if we talk about Fort Worth ISD's Black 3rd grade students, we're talking about a decrease. Why is that? That's my question. Like, those are questions that some of the parents that I'm talking to want to know as well. Again, in efforts of transparency, I'm also interested to know, like, what is the district's plan on sharing out TEA's new PASS grants? So, not sure if you guys are aware of the PASS grants, but they basically provide $400 worth of support to families of those 3rd grade students who scored do not meet on the STAR test so that they can get that supplemental tutoring and support at home. So my question is, like, how is the district sharing this information with parents? Very important. We see what the scores say. I just showed you a little bit. 3% is a gain, but it's not a lot. Still will take us quite a long time to get where we need to get. So sharing these additional supports is going to be not only beneficial to us as a district, but super helpful to families and parents. So would love for you guys to share that. And lastly, I know we're talking about guardrails, but just if we could continue to share the data. It's going to be like a year before we see what the changes that you guys are making is going to do, but continue and show how gaps are closing or not closing is going to be very helpful for parents and families also as we go into these months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darcy Hollins. Next and last speaker, Lon Burnham.
Good afternoon. My name is Lon Burnham, and I am a proud graduate of K through 12 Western Hills High School. I started the first semester when they were on the Arlington Heights campus in annexes, and that was a long time ago. But I've been a big fan of the school district, its shortcomings and everything else ever since. And I just would like to think that you guys are going to learn how to really listen. It's a very important skill. It shouldn't cost tens of thousands of dollars to learn how to do that. My mother-in-law taught me how to listen. She also taught me that, sometimes to make a successful marriage, you just have to not say the first thing that comes to mind. I've been married for almost 50 years. Congratulations to Pete. I know you just had a recent anniversary. And so far, it's been pretty good, I think, for both of us. But I am really concerned about uniform voting by this unelected board. You are not representative of this community if you all vote the same way every time on every issue. Now, I am most concerned about the rise of Christian nationalism and how it is creeping into this school district. As a proud graduate of Western Hills High School, I am utterly appalled and offended at what the
Mr. Burnham, I ask that you please stick to the agenda. Items posted, we're not talking about personnel tonight. So the agenda is restricted to the listening training tonight. So ask that you please stick
I'm sorry,
to
say it again, Pete.
You weren't here at the beginning to hear, but this is a workshop.
Right.
And comments are restricted to items on the agenda. Does not include.
Right, and there's one agenda item, right?
That's right, the listening sessions.
Listening. I think this duly appointed board by the governor and his minions is not listening to the public. I expect us to disagree on a number of the decisions you make, but I expect if you're listening, you're not going to vote, all of you, unanimously on everything that comes down the street. There has got to be a little more discussion in public, showing that you're listening to the public. The last time I was in this room, Dr. Licata went through a great deal of efforts, I think, to pretend like he was listening to the people that have concerns about Farrington Field. I don't know what else to say. I don't think you're listening. I don't think you're paying attention to the public. And if you were, you would not be voting unanimously time and time again. You would be listening to the concerns that are being expressed by the people out here. I don't agree with all of them.
This concludes our hearing of speakers for this meeting. I want to thank everybody for being with us tonight. Now I will turn the meeting over to Dr. Licata, who will introduce our governance coaches.
Dr. Kushner, would you please?
Pardon me, Dr. Licata, could I say something before everyone leaves? And a couple of speakers spoke about the importance of not only hosting meetings on school property. Tonight we're going to discuss not only engagement, which is bringing people into school properties, but we have a very long list of opportunities to go out and outreach into the community. So it's going to be a combination. These first 5 were scheduled at schools, easiest to get them up and going. But we'll talk tonight about a very long list, and one of the speakers listed several. I can tell you everyone that was listed by that speaker is on this list. So we appreciate the importance of going out into the community and hearing our constituents, hearing our parents, hearing stakeholders where they live. And so we are going to do that. And in our training tonight, we're going to work through that in detail and finalize a plan later. Thank you all. Dr. Licata.
If I could just add to that, someone said, if you would please invite us. I want to flip that and say, would you please invite us? I think that is the idea. This is just the beginning, as President Guerin said. Please invite us. If you don't see your name on the list, let us know. Okay, we really want to hear from everyone.
Thank you, Ms. George, and I'd like to note that Ms. George is in attendance and make sure the record reflects her attendance. Thank you. Dr. Licata.
I was turning it over to Dr. Kushner because I wanted him to add that exactly what you said about this is just the start of 5, but we're planning more and more and more as we go through it. And I will also be doing my own separate tours this later in July and August, mostly in July, and meeting with the communities and presenting some of the stuff that was asked about, the Elevate campus changes and the data we have, and presenting the data constantly next year, always having it on a dashboard. I know we have it now, we'll make it more accessible. Also, some of the testing numbers, I know our dyslexia testing numbers are phenomenal right now, according to the data I received the other day. So we're getting there, but we need to advertise that we're doing all this, and that's part of that's on me and my team, and we'll make sure it's out there. But Dr. Kushner, would you mind introducing everyone, please?
Sure. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Licata and President Guerin. You summarized it perfectly, but I will add that the first 5 listening sessions that we put out to the community in June were graciously offered up by those 5 principals who offered to host the first sessions of our listening sessions where we're going out to the community to engage in the sessions. This was following our last overview training by AJ, where several of the board of managers expressed an interest in us beginning the sessions as soon as possible rather than waiting until school started, so we immediately started scheduling them. These 5 sessions are open to the public, so parents can choose to attend any of the 5 for the first session, and we're going to continue these sessions throughout the entire school year. In addition to the Goals and Guardrails listening sessions, outside of these sessions, we are also scheduling superintendent discovery sessions where he is going to have a similar process of listening and engaging with the community. So to reassure our community, these first 5 sessions is just the start. They can choose to attend any of the ones that are listed in June, and we have at least 2 to 3 of you already scheduled to attend these sessions in June for our first session, our first group of the listening sessions to gain the community feedback on setting the goals and guardrails. So after tonight, and we were also capturing what the public was saying, and I've been texting with some of them now to capture what availability they have to host a session for you. And as we continue the meeting tonight, to listen to additional feedback that we received from AJ and his team, we will continue to reach out to these community organizations to schedule those on your behalf. And thank you to those of you, because some of you also have reached out to me to say, hey, reach out to this group, see if this group is available. So please continue to do that as well. And our team will be happy to help schedule and facilitate the listening sessions on your behalf. So on Zoom tonight, we have AJ Crable, our governance team, along with his team to facilitate the orientation to the listening sessions for goals and guardrails that will begin on June 22nd. So his team will guide you through what that process looks like. And I know the 9 of you are also prepared with several questions for clarification on what these sessions need to look like through the listening process to our community for two-way communication, so that we're listening, and then like some of our members pointed out tonight of the public, that we are listening, but we're also taking action and showing them that we hear you and here's the action that we're going to take. So we'd like to introduce AJ. Thank you for his staunch efforts in supporting our district, and please feel free to reach out to us if you have any additional questions, board members, as we start this process throughout the school year.
Thank you, Dr. Kushner. Will AJ is he going to appear on the screen? Okay.
I hear something.
There he is. Welcome, Mr. Craybill. You're on mute.
Are we able to put them on all the screens, please? Okay, he blinked, so he's not frozen. We can't hear you. We still can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you. We're checking on our end as well.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
We hear you, but don't see you.
That's quite the improvement. I'll take it.
Now we see you and we hear you.
All right. Good evening. Are you prepared to begin? Hello? Are you
I think, AJ, folks are returning up to the dais, so we'll be ready in 10, 15 seconds.
Welcome, Mr. Craybill.
Good evening.
Sorry about the technical difficulties.
Things happen. We have limited time, and so I'll jump right into it. I want to spend a little bit of time going over what is our purpose, what are we trying to accomplish with this stream of work that the school board is taking on. And then after we've gotten more clarity about what the purpose is and what the non-purpose is, what are we not trying to accomplish as distinct from what we are trying to accomplish. Then we'll transition into some technical skills around accomplishing the things we're trying to accomplish. And then we'll transition into logistics around accomplishing the things we're trying to accomplish. But first, purpose. School systems exist for one reason. That's to cause improvement to what children know and are able to do, so they can live a choice-filled life, that they can live a life of purpose, of meaning, of intention, of their own creation. This is the reason school systems exist, is to cause improvements in what students know and are able to do. Inside of that intention, the job of the school board is to represent the vision and values of the community. This is why school boards exist, is that there's simply too many people in the community to all sit around the table and make decisions about all of the things that need to be made. And so at some point, someone made the decision, let's have a group of people who will represent our vision and represent our values on our behalf. We refer to this group as the school board. This is who you are, and this role now falls to you. Your job, regardless of how you arrived in the seat that you sit in, nevertheless remains the exact same, is to represent the vision and values of the community. Now, the vision and values, this is a big, heady idea, and so I want to unpack this a little bit. Because when we talk about vision and values, we're really talking about a long-term view, that we're really thinking about over the next 10 to 20 years. What is the vision of the community? What is it that the community wants its children to know and be able to do? And what are the values of the community over the next 10 to 20 years? What are the values that are non-negotiables that the community wants to see honored as the school system goes about conducting its business? And so when we talk about the community's vision and values, this is what we're describing. We're talking about a very long-term, a 10 to 20 year idea of kind of what are those solid and consistent things that live as part of the community's vision, what it wants its students to know and be able to do, and that lives as part of the community's values. What are the non-negotiables that have to be honored as the school system makes its march in the direction of accomplishing the goals? This is why the school system exists, and this is why the school board exists. So let me pause for a second. Any questions about why the school system exists or why the school board exists before we transition? And by the way, because of the way you have things set up, I can no longer see you. And so sometimes I'll ask questions, and it'll just be helpful to have a verbal response, from anyone just to confirm. Any questions about why the school system exists? To improve student outcomes, to cause improvement to what children know and are able to do so they can live choice-filled lives. Or any questions about why the school board exists, to represent the vision, this long-term idea about what students should know and be able to do, and the values, this long-term idea about what are the non-negotiables that should be honored, about the school board's obligation to represent the vision and values of the community. Any questions about any of these points, or any points of clarification that would be helpful on any of these points?
Hey, Jades Frost. So get the school boards existing. The other thing that would strike me is to hold the administration accountable to the goals that we set in guardrails. I guess that would be all wrapped into the definition that you're providing. Is that how we think about that?
Yeah, so what you're asking is, what do we mean by represent the vision and values of the community? This is a very appropriate question, so thank you for asking. When we say represent the vision and values of the community, it is impossible to effectively represent the vision and values of the community without several different buckets of behavior. One of those is you would actually have to authentically listen to the vision and values of the community. If that doesn't happen, there are no other steps that could possibly repair the failure of the school board to do the core work of representing the vision and values of the community. And so the first step in that process, in the value chain of what it is to represent the vision and values of the community, the first step of that is listening. That's what brings us together this evening. But once the board listens, the next step in representing the vision and values of the community is writing down the prioritized version of the vision and values to make the vision and values plain. We refer to the written form, the written prioritized form of the community's vision and values as goals and guardrails. That's all they are. So those are just fancy words that describe this. We have listened to the community's vision and values. We've written down a prioritized form of those communities' vision and values. We refer to those as goals and guardrails. And then once that happens, the next step in representing the vision and values of the community is actually monitoring progress to ensure that what's been written down is happening in reality. And then the next step is aligning resources with those priorities to make sure that we're actually putting our resources, our time, talent, and treasure as a school system where our words are. And then finally, the last step of that is actually communicating those results back to the community, making that full cycle loop back to where we began, which is with the community. And so that full value chain of behavior, listening for the vision and values, writing them down, making them plain, monitoring progress relative to the vision and values, and aligning resources with the vision and values, and then communicating with the community. Here's the evidence of how we are being stewards of the community's vision and values as described in the goals and guardrails. It is that entire value chain that we refer to as the board representing the vision and values of the community. Should the board fail in any one of those activities, then it fails in the entirety of its core function, which is to represent the vision and values of the community. Is that responsive to your inquiry?
Yeah, yes, super helpful, thanks.
Other questions about what is meant by the school system only exists to improve student outcomes? There's a whole lot of things the school system does, but there's only one reason the school system exists, and that's to cause improvement to what children know and are able to do so they can live choice-filled lives, lives of their own meaning, lives of their own intention, that they can take care of themselves, their loved ones, and their communities. Or what is meant by this idea that the job of the school board, the reason the school board exists, is to represent the vision and values of the community. Any other questions, reflections on either of those points before we transition? All right, now I can see you all. So when I ask questions like that, if you have anything, just wave at me so I can know to pause rather than to keep on moving. And then I'll certainly let the board chair manage the dais, but that will just let me know when I need to pause. So that is the purpose that the board has to attend to. And tonight we're here to talk about the very first step in the direction of that purpose, which is the listening part. The listening is essential because you all, in fact, do not know what the vision and values of the community are. What you probably have some really powerful insights into are what are the vision and values of people that you've met? What are the vision and values of people that you've worked with, that you've connected with? What are the vision and values of individuals in the community that you've interacted with? But what none of you have done is systematically gone through and said, how do we grab some version of a representative sample of our overall community and engage in really deep and intentional listening around their vision for what students should know and be able to do, and around their values that have to be honored along the journey toward that vision. That is work that you all simply haven't done in this capacity. And so while you may have keen insights into where small segments of the community's vision and values, none of you hold purchase on what is the collective vision and values of the community. It's for that reason that you actually have to go out and harvest that. It won't just show up on your doorstep. It certainly won't emerge in the form of public comments. Like the public commenters are not a proxy for listening to the vision and values of the community as a whole. It's a good start. It's great to hear the people who actually do have the privilege and the wherewithal to make it there. But your obligation extends well beyond that. Your obligation is to listen to the vision and values of the community as a whole, not only to just a few isolated segments of it. And public comments is always going to be a very select group. So that means when it's time to listen for this long term, this 10, 20-year vision and values of the community, you have to go beyond who shows up to you. you have to extend that invitation more broadly. We call those engagement sessions, where you are hosting sessions and inviting the public at large to come and visit. But you have to even extend beyond that into what we refer to as outreach sessions, where you are working with community partners to schedule times for you to go to meetings that are already existing, to partners that are already hosting gatherings, and conduct listening there. And so this is what it means to listen for the vision and values of the community, is that you're going to have to go out proactively, and both in the form of engagement sessions, or where you're opening your doors and people are coming to you, and in the form of outreach sessions where you're going to others, going to their meeting. That you will have to do both of these things as part of listening. What else is important in this is that the first phase of this is purely listening. So what often happens in these situations, whether appointed or elected officials, we work with both all across the country, whether it's appointed or elected officials, what often happens is, under the guise of listening, people will show up and campaign. That is not what you will do. Your task is to show up and authentically listen. And we're going to spend a lot of time today engaging in what does it mean for a group of public officials, a school board, to authentically show up and listen. And so while there are a bunch of different things that you could do that aren't listening, we're going to dial into a very narrow set of activities that are listening. Just one piece of that to give you an example. When you all go out, it won't be for the benefit of you to speak. It won't be for the benefit of you to be heard, for the benefit of you to share your ideas, for you to try to convince people through oration that you somehow can be trusted. All you will be doing is listening and documenting what is said. That is the nature of the deep and authentic listening. There will be a time for back and forth and all that, but in this first tranche, the function is that you all need to get deeply baptized in the vision and values of this community. And that means you just need to be silent and listen. And so this first phase of listening is actually different than, frankly, what most people in your community are used to from public officials. Normally, public officials show up and they're here to pitch you something. That's not what this is. This is authentic listening. The task is just to simply create for people the experience of being heard, to write it down, to hear it for yourselves, to begin to internalize all the things that you're hearing. Now, this is important because you're going to have a lot of different listening sessions. And what you really want is to have the net result of all of those collected. And so as you all are listening, you won't just be listening because, oh, this sounds good, thanks for sharing. You'll actually be documenting, writing down everything that you hear, and then collecting it all together. So 2 of you will go here, 2 of you will go there, 2 of you will go here. But all of that will be pulled together in one document that is just the raw, unfiltered, unedited version of everything that you hear in the listening. Once you have done that, then the next step in the listening process is then you start into the meaning making. Like, what does it all mean? And what are the things we're hearing most commonly? One of the challenges that come up is that often people who will be sharing only hear the things that are kind of necessary and important to them. They won't have the benefit of going to all these different sessions like you all are going. And so they'll be touching one piece of the elephant and they won't be aware of all the other pieces of the elephant. So there's some meaning making that has to be done both for your benefit, but also for theirs, so that they can have a sense of what is the totality of what was heard. And so after you all have done this listening and you produce a document that is the raw, unedited transcript of here's exactly what we heard, the next thing that you have to create in the listening process is a summary document that is really looking at a topical analysis that says, what is the frequency with which we heard different topics? And this is an important part because you're going to hear a whole lot of things. Much of it will be contradictory. You'll hear people say, absolutely never do this. And you'll hear other people say, absolutely go do this. And what you really need to do to start to get some signal inside of all of that is try to identify what things are we hearing with the greatest frequency? What are the topics that are just coming up over and over and over again all across? Because remember, your job when you're adopting goals and guardrails isn't to try to represent every single idea of the community's vision and every single idea of the community's values. There's too much. There's too much. And so the goals and guardrails aren't intended to be all things to all people. people will be disappointed by your goals and guardrails because it will be a very narrow prioritized set of the community's vision and values. You could pretend, you could make people happy and pretend that you can have 100 different goals and 100 different guardrails, and that will make you more popular and more people will like you. It's like, oh yes, I saw all my things written down. But this will be purely pretending for your own self-satisfaction and self-preservation. It won't actually be serving children. If we're going to be serious about leadership, this does require that you, after you listen for the vision and values of the entire community, that there is a summary that says what are the topics that we hear most frequently that we're going to use as the basis of setting goals and guardrails. And we can't pick 100 different topics. Our coaching is to pick 1, 2, or 3 different things to set goals about, 1, 2, or 3 different things to set guardrails about. And so you will hear thousands of different ideas. And the feeling that people often have is, well, I gave them this idea that they should do this, and that's not one of their goals. So that means they didn't listen. That's the evidence that I told you they don't listen. You all need to be prepared for that argument. And what's happening in that moment is they see one piece of the elephant, but they don't see all the other pieces of the elephant because they didn't go to all of the listenings that you all went to. It's your obligation to make that visible, to make the totality of the listening more listenable, understandable, and discernible. And the way you do that is you take all that raw listening and you'll have it condensed down to a 1 to 5 page frequency analysis of what are the things that we've heard the most often. What are the prioritized version of all that we heard? What's the prioritized version of that? So that's the next step of the process. Is you'll have that 1 to 5 page document that says here's the summary of all the things that we heard. Anyone should be able to look at that document, and had they attended as many sessions as you all did, it's like, yeah, actually, this feels like a faithful representation. Yeah, that's what I heard at all the different sessions as well. And so it's not about generating agreement. It's not about making people happy because you won't. It's not about generating agreement because you won't. It's not about coming up with a goal that will satisfy everyone because you won't. This is about setting priorities that allow you to focus your resources in such a way that you can maximize benefit for students in your school system. That's what you are out to accomplish. But that requires prioritization. And that obligates you all to explain, of all the things we could have prioritized, why do we prioritize this set of things as opposed to that set of things? And so those are the first 2 steps in the listening. You will go out and do all the listening, and you'll have a raw transcript. And then from that, there'll be once all the listening is complete, there'll be a 1 to 5 page summary of that says, here's the frequency analysis of all the things that we heard. Here are the things we heard the most commonly across the entirety of our community. Once you have that, then that's when you have the raw materials to actually begin the next step, which is identifying potential goals and potential guardrails. So let me pause there. I've talked about these 3 major next steps in the process. The first is doing this comprehensive listening, not talking, listening, capturing that transcript, turning that into a 1 to 5 page frequency summary of what we heard, and then using that to turn into the 1, 2, or 3 goals, the 1, 2, or 3 guardrails that you would then adopt for the next 5 years to guide and prioritize resource allocation for the school system. What questions do you have about any of these 3 steps?
AJ, this is Jay. How you doing, man?
All right.
Good deal. Hey, so something's just not sitting well right now, and it's when you talk about the raw data and you talk about what we'll hear most frequently. How do we ensure that the sample size, the data that's going into this, is going to be equitable, right? So how do we ensure that we've heard from every community that our district represents? If that's going to be talked about later, that's fine. But that's what's kind of giving me a little bit of pause right now.
Yeah, that's because that's your job. And so you should have pause. If you do a poor job of your job, then you won't have done that job, and people will rightly be critical of it. Now, I want to distinguish. People are going to be critical no matter what you do. This has nothing to do with you being an appointed board. This is just you being public officials. Public officials sign up to absorb the critique, the joy and the discontent of their communities. If you can't handle that and say thank you at the end of that, resign your post. And so you're not going to please everybody. And that's not your job. But you do have an obligation to show that you were thoughtful in your execution of your duties to represent the vision and values of the community. You have an obligation to show receipts that demonstrate here is the extent that we went to try to make sure that we were authentically representing the vision and values of our community. So the question you're really asking is about the set of who all was included in the set of listening that turned into that transcript. And that's what I'm saying is that is your job. So part of what we'll talk about this evening when we get into the logistics of it is, and you all have already received this, so you already know where I'm going with this. The logistics of this is that you all, as a school board, will have to make the decisions about what are all the engagement sessions, all the sessions that we will host and we'll invite people to come to us. And what are all the outreach sessions we will go out to partners and places in the community where there are already meetings and that will invite us in and we'll ask our questions there. You all will have to make decisions about what is that total list. Is that 5 sessions? Let me give you a hint. The answer to that is not no, but hell no. Is it 6 sessions? Is it 10 sessions? Is it 15? This is the discernment you all have to bring. I can't tell you what the correct answer is. This is literally why you all sit on that dais, is you all will have to make the decision. There is not a firm science here. This is discernment. And so you all will have to use your collective discernment to decide, when have we actively gone out and done a sufficient quantity of listening in a sufficient set of places? Some of that you'll make some pretty decent guesses about on the front end, because that will live in how many different sessions you host. Are you hosting 5, 10, 15, whatever? But some of that you frankly won't know until you get into it. You may find to give you a tangible example, I think of another district. It wasn't until they got halfway through their listening where they realized that there were some major gaps in who had participated. And so they went back and added the school system I'm thinking of right now has a large Spanish-speaking population, and when they looked at their data, they realized that population isn't really represented in the data. And so they made the decision that any effective school board would make, the same decision that you all will make when you run across something like that. Our listening is incomplete, and what it means is we need to spin up some additional sessions and do some additional listening. And so you will try to account for that on the front end. You will plan with an intention for, this is a plan for how we would conduct the quantity, quality of listening, the inclusivity of listening that we believe will represent the vision and values of the community. That's what the plan will be. But plans are imperfect. And so as you execute the plan, if you see there's a significant gap, a significant missing, then at each step of the process, you all have to say, okay, well, have we done sufficient listening to proceed? If the answer is yes, then we proceed. If the answer is no, then we need to spin up some additional supplemental listening, make sure we fill in whatever gaps we've experienced in our participation data, and then continue. So you will design a plan on the front end to try to solve for your exact consideration, and that is literally y'all's job. However, know that this is not the last bite at the apple, that as you implement, you'll have opportunities to reflect on this. And in fact, but when we get time to have the day-long session for actually setting goals and guardrails, literally one of the very first questions we ask is, has the board done sufficient listening to proceed? And if the answer is no, we've scheduled an 8-hour workshop to set goals and guardrails. And if the board actually says no, the listening isn't complete, then we stop the 8-hour work session and say, okay, well, then we'll have to reschedule this. Right now, what we need to do is change the topic to what additional listening do we need to do? And that's actually happened with some boards, that they got all the way to what they thought was the finish line and then had to retool. So that is not unusual. However, you want to be diligent. And so ideally, the plan that we developed starting this evening is a plan that does authentically encompass all the voices that you want to hear from. But again, know that later on, if you feel like you've missed the mark in some way, there's additional opportunity. Now, that being said, you are on the clock. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but we had this conversation last time about by when do you need to have these goals and guardrails adopted? Does anybody remember that? And can somebody explain to me by when you need to have goals and guardrails adopted and why?
I remember the date being October.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember the driver.
And it was because that's when we need to start on the next year's budget?
Budget.
Right, budget.
Yep. If the community's vision and values are going to drive resource allocation, then you actually need to have the vision and values, the prioritized version of those, the goals and guardrails, in the hands of administration in time for them to actually use those in the development of the next resource allocation plan, the budget. And so you all are in fact on a clock. You do not have infinite time. Or I should say differently, You are welcome to take until December if you want. But in that moment, what you're saying is that if we take until December of 26 to complete our listening, then what we should reasonably expect is the result of that listening won't have a huge impact on the SY 27-28 school year. It'll really kick in the SY 28-29 school year. I would strongly caution you against such a course of action. That is not effective representation of the vision and values of the community for them to wait that long for their voice to actually begin to be realized in the prioritization and the resource allocation. And so you could take longer. We strongly coach against it, but then that means you are on the clock, that you have a very finite amount of time. Now, realistically, again, to work back from that, if you have to have it adopted by October, my recommendation is you slate it for adoption in September so that you give yourself a little bit of extra time if you need it. But if you're going to try to adopt in September, that means you probably needed to have put some pen to paper at absolute latest early August. But if you're going to put pen to paper to try to develop a rough draft of goals and guardrails in early August, that means you have a very limited window of listening. So you can compress some of that on the far end, but then that just means everything has to go very, very smoothly, and you have less wiggle room on the backside. This is actually, normally I would chastise a little bit the idea of the administration setting listening sessions, kind of being proactive about that, because in this process, it really needs to be the school board that is completely and blatantly out front on this, rather than have it in any way look like the staff is out front. But you all specifically addressed this point in our last conversation, that you all wanted to move fast because the clock was ticking. And so that's why you all authorized your administration, hey, put some things on the calendar now. This won't be the whole show, but at least we'll get moving in June rather than waiting and not getting started until July. And so it is a little bit abnormal for your staff to be out front like that. In this case, they did that at your behest because you understand that you are in a very tight time crunch. October sounds like it's far away. It is not. Other questions about these first three steps of listening, that you conduct this listening, you create this raw transcript, you then have that summarized into frequency analysis, and then you use that to try to identify what are the goals and guardrails we're going to cite. Any other questions or reflections about that before we move on? Yeah.
Hey, Jay, this is Tennessee. You hit on something logistically that was really my question, which is, what is staff's role in these listening sessions? And I looked at kind of some of the feedback that we were asked to work on, and, at the intro, I think one of the things that I've struggled with a lot is, me learning, and the public, I guess, understanding as well, the difference between operations and board work and superintendent and staff work. Yeah. And if, with staff there, I think it's going to lead to a lot of individual concerns, which is, those need to be heard, those need to be addressed to the proper channels, but we're looking for the bigger picture issues and letting the public understand that, we're going to take and synthesize and look for the common themes so we can best represent everyone's vision and values. But what role does staff have in that, and how does that bleed over in terms of operations issues versus governance issues?
Yeah, this is a really important question, because what's invariably going to happen is that people in your community are feeling pain right now about situations that are important to them right now. They're not showing up thinking about vision and values 20 years down the road, 10 years down the road. They're experiencing the reality of disappointment and frustration with your school system as it exists today. And those people have every right to be heard, and trust to believe they will be. However, your job as a governing body isn't to go into a classroom and try to solve the problem for each person who shows up. So somebody shows up and says, hey, my kid doesn't have a textbook in their classroom. Your job isn't to literally show up in that classroom and scrounge around and try to find a textbook for the kid. That just doesn't make sense. There's not enough of you to accomplish that. You would do a horrible job of that, not because you're bad people, but just because there's very limited number of you, and that's not your day job. And so you aren't in a position to do that all day, every day. Fortunately, there are people who are in a position to do that all day, every day. We refer to them as staff. And so just the pure logistics of how do we solve problems for children begins to bifurcate of the role that you play from the role that staff plays. The role that you play is really about how do we represent the vision and values of the community as the owners of the school system, which is distinct from the role that staff plays, which is how do we represent the vision and values of the community in their role as customers of the school system. Like this idea of people in their role as the owners of the school system is very distinct from their role as customers of the school system. This actually takes us back to the conversation we had last time about Ms. Johnson. Y'all know I'd be going hard on Ms. Johnson. But Ms. Johnson actually plays dual roles. When I first showed up on her front doorstep and she's asking me about a stop sign, is that Mrs. Johnson speaking in the voice of a customer of the community, of the city, or an owner of the city?
Customer, this is Laurie.
Yeah. This is a customer concern. So when she says, "I want a stop sign," this is, this is something where she is looking to get a specific value out of the city that specifically addresses a need that she experiences. But it doesn't necessarily, this isn't necessarily something that accrues to the benefit of every single resident in the city. This is really accrues to her benefit. That's what really distinguishes that this is a customer service issue rather than an owner service issue. Now, when we pushed on that, and we got to what's the value underneath the issue, and Ms. Johnson identified, well, the value is safety. And then we checked in with all the other neighbors up and down the block and said, yeah, safety is a real concern here. In that moment, we haven't tapped into the voice of people in their role as a customer. We've really tapped into their voice in their role as an owner. And so this is the challenge that school boards everywhere across the country face, is that there's an ownership voice, and that's where I'm thinking about what is the larger systemic phenomenon? What are the vision and values writ large, not just my own personal issues? And then there is my role as a customer. That's why I'm really thinking about just my specific issues, and I'm not thinking about how they connect to the larger whole. I'm just trying to get my needs met, the needs of my kids met. And again, purely because of expertise and the logistics of it, you as school board members are the absolute worst possible customer service reps in the school district. Why do I say that you all are the absolute worst possible customer service reps in the school district? Why do I say that? Is it because you all are horrible humans? Why do I say that?
I like to think of it, I'm not the subject matter expert at this stuff, right? When it comes to the operation of the school district,
Yeah, one reason you all are, horrible customer service reps because you don't know what's going on with little AJ because you aren't in the classroom with little AJ every day. You are not the best person to be making decisions about what happens to just little AJ specifically. Who would be the ideal customer service rep to help make that type of decision?
Teacher.
Yeah, and hierarchically and organizationally, there's no one further away from the classroom than y'all, period. For this reason, it's a matter of expertise, but it's also a matter of proximity organizationally. You all are the worst customer service reps in the entire district. Because if what we want is for the problem for little AJ to be solved effectively, fairly, equitably, then that really needs to be solved in the classroom level by the person who has the expertise to do so. And so that is what helps distinguish customer service, really looking at what is the issue at the micro level that is really about value creation for one family or a small group of families or one classroom or one school, as opposed to owner level issues, which are thinking about what is true for our system as a whole. What are we trying to create as a long-term value? Customer service issues normally have a need that is in the here and now, and there's an immediacy to them, and that needs to be attended to. Owner service issues, again, they have that long life cycle, that 10, 20-year vision that they're pursuing. Your work is best suited to owner service. It is not well suited to customer service. One more point on this, because a question about equity was raised earlier. There is a real danger from the 9 of you deciding that you want to go out and be customer service reps, which, by the way, if you do this, you're going to be really popular. Like, people are like, oh, you got to call this one board member. This is the righteous board member. This is the one. They'll get it done. They'll show up in the classroom and they'll get things done for you. You will be beloved by Ms. Johnson or acolytes if you decide to go out and be customer service reps. However, there's this one small detail. And the detail is that you will only be customer service reps for the people who know how to access you. And that ain't every family in the school system. So the moment you choose to be customer service reps, what you're really saying to the system is, we don't exist to represent the vision and values of the community. We exist to represent the vision and values of the community individuals who have access to us. And the moment you do that, any fakery about believing in equity is out the window, because you no longer actually believe in that. You don't subscribe to that. You subscribe to whoever has access, whoever has privilege, whoever has resources. That's who we care about, and that's who we attend first. This is the inescapable failure that comes from people whose job is to represent the vision and values of the owners, deciding that you're going to show up in the classroom and try to represent the customer service needs rather than focus on the owner service needs. And so distinguishing between these two is really important, because you don't want to create this inequitable framework where it is only the connected who get access to justice in your school system. You actually want to create something entirely different, but that does mean you have to behave differently. So zooming back to your listening sessions, what happens is let's ask the trick question. Parents, are they owners of the school system or are they customers of the school system? This is a trick question.
They could be both.
They are absolutely both. And so how will you know if you are hearing them speak in their role as an owner versus their role as a customer? How will you know the difference?
I think trying to understand the scope of their concern, if it's something that's individual to their kid, their class, their school, or is it something that could affect every child in the ISD?
Yeah. And so when they're speaking with that breadth of, this is about, how we repair systems, even if it doesn't work out for my kid, like this actually won't be great for my kid, but this will be great for our system as a whole. And so I think we should do that. That's really the voice of an owner of the school system rather than just the voice of a customer. The voice of a customer is, hey, look, my kids' needs are not fairly being addressed, and they deserve to be addressed. And you heard that from some of your public comment speakers. They're like, there is a real need, it is right here, it is right now, and these particular students demand justice, and they're right. However, that is a customer service need that needs to be handled by those with expertise and who are closest to those children to do so. So what will happen is, in your listening sessions, you will hear both. You will hear community members show up speaking with the voice of an owner, and you will hear community members show up speaking with the voice of a customer. And that's them doing their job. They are doing exactly what they need to do. But it does mean that when you have the full transcript, you all will have to engage in discernment. Okay, which of these are owner service issues? Okay, then we're already set. Which of these are customer service issues? And we have to use our discernment to try to figure out what is the value underneath the customer service issue. And then, okay, so let's hold on to that. And so, if we hear 5 people say, hey, safety is important, okay, that sounds like and they're talking about the district as a whole, that sounds like an owner service issue. But if we hear somebody say, hey, we need a stop sign next to this school because cars are driving by the school too fast, that sounds more like a customer service issue. But you'd have to be in discernment and say, actually, but the vision and values underneath of that is also about safety. And so we've actually, it's not just the 5 people who said safety was important. It's actually those people plus this person who mentioned a stop sign, the value under that is also safe. So we've really heard safety 6 times, not just 5 times. That is the level of discernment that you all will have to engage in that goes from this raw transcript, unabridged of everything that you heard exactly the way you heard it, down to this frequency analysis and said, when it comes to the vision and values, what did we hear the most often? Is that you all will have to be in discernment and translate some of those customer service issues into what is the vision and values underneath those so that we can try to tabulate that accurately. This is not science. This is definitely more art. But the artisans of this are the people who've been selected to represent the vision and values of the community. That would be you. It's your judgment call that will help ferret out this level of detail to figure out what really are the highest frequency items of the community's vision and values that are brought up. And so, yes, to come all the way back to your original inquiry, it's like, are we going to hear about both owner issues and customer issues? Yes, you're going to hear about both, and that is perfectly okay. It just means for the owner service issues, you're already ready to go. For the customer service issues, there's a little bit of translation to figure out, okay, what is the vision and value underneath of this? And so that way you can make sure that if you hear 5 people talking about stop signs and 5 people talking about system-wide safety, you've probably actually heard 10 people talking about safety, and it's important for you to know that. But that's a discernment you will have to apply after this first round of listening is done. So one other piece to that is sometimes what school boards will do, and I feel like you were hinting at this in your comment. Sometimes what school boards will do is they'll ask, like, we are the only person engaging the listening. The staff is not doing the listening. The staff is not taking the notes. You're taking the notes because you're the one who has to be in communication with your community, not your staff for this assignment. The staff won't be running the meeting. You'll be running the meeting. It's your meeting. It's your job to be directly connected. But you may make the decision to ask for some staff to be present if there are pressing customer service issues that community members showed up and they actually don't want to be heard on this. They actually just want their customer service issue handled immediately. Then it's sometimes helpful to have a staff member present, like, okay, that sounds a little bit different than what we're doing here, but we have somebody here for you. Mr. Jackson, could you visit with this community member who has a customer service issue that they'd really like some support with? And so sometimes that will happen, and I've seen boards handle it that way, that they will just ask the superintendent, hey, can you have some staff here? So if there is an urgent customer service issue, in addition to us capturing it in the full record, we also want to make sure that if that person came thinking that they were going to talk to customer service reps and then wound up talking to y'all instead, it's helpful to actually have a legit customer service rep available for them to talk to. And so that's a decision that you all have to make if that's how you want to run these sessions. But that's not an uncommon direction that boards have gone.
AJ, I want to go back to Mr. Walker's question because it was important, and I think it's needs a little bit of clarification from your perspective. We want to do this. We want to do this right, and from our perspective, I was going to have one member there to open up the session, and obviously some security there, but also to just be note takers, and that's it. No other staff members, because if we inundate with staff, we're going to have people talking more about customers rather than owners and so forth and so on. So I really want to make sure, can I have Dr. Kushner confirm our plans and schematics to make sure that that's suitable and most beneficial?
That is incredibly thoughtful. Definitely don't do that. You will definitely need staff who are present in your facilities, obviously, to open the facilities, to have the facilities available and all that. That would be it. Handle all of the logistics of having the space be available. The board members there needs to be no intermediaries between the board and their collection of the voice of the community. And so what I'm literally saying is that it will be the board members themselves. This is why there will always be 2 or 3 of you present for each of these listening sessions. It'll be the board members themselves who are going out 2 by 2. One is asking the questions and then just kind of facilitating as people share, while the other is writing down what's being said, and then you'll switch off or type. I might prefer to type, but our coaching is literally that nothing be between the board and the community that it has obligation to listen to. And so it is a huge benefit to the board for you to have people that do note taking. Huge benefit. Definitely don't do that. Definitely let the board do the job. And in fact, this will make sense when we get to it a little bit later, because we're going to practice and role play a little bit of this. But in fact, one of the things that I often see board members do in these moments is, Ms. Johnson will show up and she'll say, hey, I want a stop sign. And the board will say, okay, well, hold on, Ms. Johnson, I want to make sure I wrote this down. I heard you say, I want a stop sign. Did I hear you correctly? Did I write that down on the record correctly? Yeah. Or did I type that up correctly? Yeah. Excellent. Who will be the next to share? And then the next person will share is like, well, I don't want to stop sign, I want a speed bump. All right, hold on. I heard you say you want a speed bump. Did I capture that correctly? All right, excellent. Thank you. And keep it moving. And so there's this real deep authenticity where the community needs to experience that their board members are doing the hard, irreplaceable work of listening and capturing what they have to say. Remember, this is not a two-way dialogue scenario. This is not like the board members are then reflecting, oh yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I think a stop sign is the right thing. I think a speed bump is the wrong. No, this is not the time for that. This is purely listening. There will be a time for the two-way dialogue. That comes later in the process. But at this point in the process, it is purely capture. And just to minimize any kind of variance of interpretation, our coaching is for the board members themselves to literally capture the vision and values of their community themselves. This creates a lot of extra work. It creates a burden on the board members. Fortunately, You only do this once every 5 years. And so it is a burden that must be borne. Somebody has to bear it. Our coaching is the board should bear it themselves, not delegate it to staff.
AJ, I brought this up last time, but regarding recording the comments.
Yes, also appropriate.
Okay, there's some amazing transcription AI tools for summary and that sort of thing. So yeah, I would think if we could get all of these recorded, that could be another way to capture it.
Oh, absolutely. I would not let that be a replacement for what I just said.
So do both record and note.
Your community needs to experience you all doing the work of capturing the vision and values of the community. Your community has absolutely no compelling reason to trust that any of the 9 of you are dialed in to the vision and values of the community. That's not just you. That's also true of electeds as well. I had to go out and earn, trust in my community, just like you'll have to go out and, as an elected official, just like you'll have to go out and earn it as an appointed official. But the community has no compelling reason to believe that the 9 of you collectively are dialed in. You need to demonstrate that. And so certainly use technology, let that be a backup so that if you miss something that you can make sure that the transcript is accurate, all that. But don't miss this sacred opportunity to be in this intimate listening process with your community and make sure that it is clear that you are doing the listening. Because here's the thing, community members understand this natively. What gets written down in the formal record may or may not be what is in your brain. When they have heard, you have demonstrated them that you heard what they said, that you wrote it down, that you captured it accurately. At minimum, they know that at one point, what I said literally was in the mind of my board members. That just creates a different experience of being heard than knowing that it was recorded. Because I don't know if any of y'all are going to go back and listen to the recording, but I will know in the moment if you actually listen to the words that I said. And so that's why I said, go ahead and use it as a backup. I think that's a great idea. But don't let that be a replacement for creating for your community a clear understanding that you all are prepared to do the hard work of listening to their vision and values.
AJ?
Yeah.
Just in continuing the line of discussion that Tennessee started, we're going to go into every one of these meetings, whether we're meeting with the Rotary Club or we're meeting with parents or we're meeting with LULAC or we're meeting with NAACP, the same questions. And so they're going to be owner questions. Yeah. And it's and that's an important part of this is their owner questions. And so we're asking the questions and we're listening to the answers. So if we ask customer questions, we're going to get customer responses. But it's when we put together this bank of questions, we need to strive to have owner questions that we can get the vision and values of the community. And that's, I think, some of the concerns about spending time trying to fix problems will be avoided by keeping things at that vision and values level and not at the tactical level.
Absolutely. If you went in and said, what is your 10-year vision, for what children should know and be able to do in Fort Worth ISD? You're going to get a very different answer most of the time from what is the thing that's troubling you at your child's school this week? Yeah. You are going to calibrate your listening around the first example. You're not going to calibrate your listening around the latter example. What's interesting is the latter question is going to be asked. You heard your superintendent say, hey, I'm going to go out and do a bunch of listening. He's not going to be doing owner listening. What's he going to be doing?
Customers.
Yeah. And here's the challenge for the community is that for the community's perspective, they'll be like, well, didn't we just do listening last week? And so it's going to be really on you all, the board on one hand and the administration on the other, to make it crystal clear, here's the exact nature of the listening we're doing and how it is distinct from the nature of the listening the superintendent's doing. We're doing listening to craft a 5-year set vision for this board, for this community that is connected to the larger 10, 20-year community vision. That's what we're doing listening for. The superintendent is listening for what's working and what's not working today. These are two completely different things you were listening for. And don't expect the community to show up at the right meeting at the right time and that's the right thing. Like you're going to have people who show up at both, trying to connect to the other. That's perfectly fine. The community's doing what they need to do. They're doing their job. It's just going to fall on you to then translate and try to calibrate for the fact that people showed up with customer level concerns when you were trying to gather owner level insights, and vice versa with the superintendent. That he'll show up listening for customer level concerns, and he will probably hear a number of owner level insights. It's on him to filter those owner level insights back to you all. And it's for you all to filter those customer level insights back to him. One of the ways that you could do that is you could just automate it by saying, superintendent, could you have somebody present? And as they hear customer concerns, could they write it down and connect with that person? And then that problem is solved for you all, and administration is handling it directly. But if you don't choose to do that, you will need to come up with some mechanism to feed customer service concerns. Because like if people are feeling pain right now, then there does need to be a system for their customer service issue to be addressed right now. You all are just the worst people to do it. You need to have a system for how do we get this filtered to the best person to do it so that whatever that pain point the community member is feeling, that gets addressed. Because it won't be you all addressing it. And so like, how do we help navigate that person to the place where they can get their pain addressed more immediately? Other questions or reflections on this?
Yeah, AJ, you mentioned it's important to make it crystal clear the distinction between the listening that super and the staff will do versus what we're doing. How have you seen that done well? Because it seems to me that that's something that should be pushed out along with the meeting information, date, time, place, purpose. So that people don't, because I think if we don't, people are going to walk in and they're going to feel that it's going to be an open forum for them to share their concerns. And to Pete's point, we need to somewhat, on our part, control with questions that are the same across everybody we talk to so that we can properly take the data, make sure it's accurate, apples to apples. But how do we best get that message out ahead of time to let them know the purpose of the board listening sessions that they're attending? And it's not, still people are going to show up and have their customer questions, but I think that will help a lot with most people in the room to understand, today I'm here for purpose A. If I want to address purpose B, I'm best suited to go to the meeting next week with the superintendent and the staff.
Yeah, and we'll work with you to communicate this over and over and over. You'll need to communicate it in all of your advertisements for engagement sessions. You'll need to send explicit information about this to whichever partners are hosting outreach sessions so they can send it out and differentiate that for people. You will do all of those things. And yet, and still, people will show up and you will be generous and you will listen generously when they show up with their customer service comments. You will dutifully write down all those customer service comments. But that just means on the back end, you all will have to do some interpretation, realize, okay, actually, this is an issue. It's not a value. What's the value under the issue? Okay, got it. And then you'll be able to crosswalk it. So it will create a little bit more work for you in the back end, but that's just a normal part of the process. So yes, we will work with you on how do you advertise, how do you make that clear. You'll have a script, and in the script, you'll start off each session explaining this and differentiating this again, but none of that will fully prevent folks from showing up with whatever pain they're authentically feeling in the moment and sharing about that. And that is perfectly fine. That's incredibly valid information as part of the listening. It just is information that will require some translation for you all to use it. And that's information that'll be valuable for you to then figure out how to make sure that gets to the superintendent or their team or whoever on staff needs it as quickly as possible. But yeah, it'll happen, but we will help you communicate in all the ways you can, but we'll also help you be prepared for when the communication is insufficient.
AJ, this is very much a tactical question, but we do have one set up at schools, and as Dr. Kushner said, we've been invited by the principals. So could you just kind of walk through the meeting that we've been invited there by the principal? Does the principal welcome, or does the principal just give us the keys? How do you handle that situation of going forward? We're going to have them different places, and we have an opportunity to work it out. But because these are right on our doorstep, they're starting next week. Could you just lay out what the first 15 minutes of a meeting will be like at these high schools?
Yeah, so what I can share with you is what is common, but ultimately you all are going to have to create your script and your agenda. But I can give you some ideas of what frequently happens, but that doesn't mean that's what you all going to choose to do. And so what frequently happens is in your script, there's the board member opens up the session and says, hey, this is why we're here. This is listening we're here to accomplish. And then set the stage in whatever ways you choose to set the stage, and then go directly into asking the question. And then, people share in whatever way you've designed for them to share. And then you ask the next question and people share, next question, people share. And then you have a standard closeout that includes, among other things, what are next steps that people should expect. So that is basically what normally happens, how things normally go. And it typically works out well. But your question was, does that create a role for staff? The answer is no, it does not. And so what I heard you say, I now understand better what I think was meant. What may have been conveyed is that, hey, principals, if you want to be the host of a meeting at your school, then you can do that. If that was communicated to the principals, then we've communicated incorrectly. That is not what I encourage you to do at all. The problem is the moment the principal is the one owning the meeting, this is a customer service meeting, not an owner service meeting. And so what you really want is, ideally, the principals are saying, hey, we want to make sure that there's listening that's taking place, that people in the community I serve have easy and ample access to. And so that's why we've invited the board to have one of their sessions at our school, recognizing, however, it is the board's session, it is not my session. Ideally, that is the expectation that has been communicated.
Okay.
Is that responsive to your inquiry?
It is. Thank you. We just make sure the principals understand that ahead of time. There's no confusion at the time of the event.
Yeah, and that is a great benefit that those principals are creating for the school community that they serve and lead, is that they're making sure that folks in their part of the school district have ample and easy access to participating in this really important conversation. But that is distinct from it being a staff-led session. This is not a staff-led session. This is a board-led session.
Thank you.
Other questions. So again, we're talking about you all going to do all this listening. It'll create this raw document of all of just what literally is heard, and then that will be condensed into a 1 to 5 page topical summary frequency analysis of what we heard, and then that will further be condensed into a set of 1 to 3 goals. Ideally, 1 to 3 guardrails, ideally. Any other questions about, we've been kind of digging into the details of these 3 steps. Other things that are unclear, other things you're curious about, these 3 steps of getting at eventually adoption of your goals and guardrails.
I had a question. Obviously, with goals and guardrails, we're going to condense them. We're looking for 1 to 3. When we go to these sessions and have our standardized questions, is there a good number on that? Or what do you think is a productive number of questions to ask versus too many questions or not enough questions?
It really depends on the amount of time that you have. Generally, these sessions that are the engagement sessions that you're hosting tend to be 60 to 90 minutes long. And so these 60 to 90 minute long sessions, honestly, you can fit in, maybe somewhere in 4 to 6 questions. Like this is not a lot of questions. And to give people authentic time to actually share what they want to share and actually be heard and for you to copy it down. So there's not a lot of questions. So you're going to have to be really judicious about which questions do we select. That's also important because your outreach sessions, these community groups who are saying, hey, yeah, you can come to our meeting and you can have a little bit of time, they ain't giving you 90 minutes. Don't expect that. They might be like, hey, you could have 30 minutes on the agenda. Well, that means you've got to condense things down. How can I ask the questions that I need to ask, but in this reduced time set? That means instead of having 20 minutes set aside for each of our questions, maybe we only have like 5 minutes set aside for each of our questions. And so you want to create a script that is flexible to meet the needs of both your engagement sessions and your outreach sessions. And that's the other natural kind of constraint on how many questions you want to ask. You can condense 4 to 6 questions down for these outreach meetings. You would not be able to condense 10 to 20 questions down for these outreach meetings. So if you want to keep the questions asked in parity, that is the other real constraint that limits. And so now you just got to be thinking about, if I was only going to ask, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions, what would those be? Be thinking about that because we'll come back to this question a little bit later.
AJ, how do you feel about providing the questions to the communities ahead of time?
I don't think that's problematic. I've not often done that, but we've seen boards that have chosen to do that. And I think it just varies on what is you all's vision for kind of what is the most kind of fair way to go about things. I've heard some board members say, hey, well, if we gave this group 3 weeks to think about their answers, we only gave this group 1 week. I mean, so there are arguments to be made on either side. I don't see a problem. I think that's just a judgment call that you all have to make.
AJ, could we at 7 o'clock, do a quick personal break, and then we will be back at 7:07? Or we'll do an AJ exercise here. What time will we be back? I'll let Courtney decide. What time will we be back, Courtney?
How about 7:15? Give us 15 minutes.
Okay, 7:15, but we still have 4 more minutes before the break, so.
Other questions on this? We've been talking about the raw listening, the summary, and then condensing that further down into a narrow set of goals and guardrails. Any other questions about those pieces before we slip to a break?
Yeah, AJ, I've got a question. Is that we talked about creating a uniform list of questions that talk about owner issues, right? Ownership. And we have assumed that the communities are all somehow the same. We're going to be going out into a community that's very diverse. And if we're listening, then we're talking about meeting them where they are. How do we adjust? How do we deal with the fact that this group of folks think we're listening to them, but only if we do what they ask us to do? Otherwise, we're not listening. This group of folks will follow our lead, but they expect a higher level of trust and communication from us. In other words, everybody, their owner issues, I'm not talking about customer issues, about owner issues. But every community is, because it's diverse and has its own culture, its own way of communicating, right? It's going to have different needs. And one-size-fits-all questionnaire doesn't get us there.
Yeah, so I actually slightly disagree with the framing of the inquiry. What I often see, I think the people in your community, I generally are going to assume are mature, rational humans who innately understand that just because I want something and I tell the board I want something, that doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen. Like, the board has to weigh all of the other information they have, all of the other constituencies, the limited set of resources available. Like, I'm mature and intelligent enough to understand that just because I say I want something, if that isn't exactly what happens, that doesn't mean that the board wasn't listening. That just means that they have a lot more that they're juggling, and they saw more of the elephant, and I was just touching this one piece. I think the people in your community are more than mature and intelligent enough to understand that if you don't fail the test of leadership. And so what I mean by that is you would have to make that clear to folks. You'd have to make it clear to folks that we actually listened before we made any decisions. We actually listened to, at a point in the decision-making process where nothing had yet been decided. You're going to have to make that clear to folks. Like, this isn't pre-baked, that we actually listened. Then, once we listened, we actually provided people, here's exactly what we heard and exactly the language that you said it in. We didn't try to massage it. We didn't try to modify it. Like, we just listened literally to what you said. I think you have an obligation to communicate that. Then you have an obligation to communicate, here's what we did with what you said. You said this, here's what we've translated that into. Here's how we've made meaning and understanding of that. And then based on that, here are the action steps we take. I think when you connect all those dots, I think mature people can strongly disagree on the ultimate decision that you make, but still understand that you made it in a well-reasoned manner that involved listening to them. I think when you miss any of those steps, What happens is people like, I don't know that they actually listened. I don't have any evidence that they wrote down anything I said, or maybe that I have evidence they wrote it down, but I don't have any evidence of what they did with what I said, or maybe we have evidence what I did with that, but then I didn't see what action was taken linked to that. That's why this process is so vital, that you can't step over any piece of it, and you have to execute every piece of it effectively. Otherwise, I think you do miss out on the opportunity to convince your community that you all are actually about representing their vision and values. So I am not of the belief that people automatically just assume that if I didn't get my way, then that's because they didn't listen. I don't buy that for a second. What I buy is there is effective leadership and there's ineffective leadership. And one test of your effective leadership will be like, I did not get my way. I can clearly see how they got to where they got. I disagree, but I can clearly see how they listened to what I said and still pick something else. When you have laid out enough of the receipts of your process where that is the case, that means you've really been effective at your leadership to a really, really remarkable and uncommon degree. That is what you're aiming for. Again, when you lead effectively, what I'm suggesting to you is that mature, reasonable people can accept the fact that they heard everything I said. They heard my pain, they heard my frustrations, and yet they went a different way, but I can see why they went a different way. When you've done your job effectively, you will hear that. You will hear people say that. There will still be some folks in your community who aren't on that same page. And that's fine too. Communities are very diverse places. But that's the thing I'll be listening for, and that you will be listening for now as well, is did people say, yep, I said that we needed to have a goal all about children learning how to skydive. And I advocated for skydiving as one of the 3 goals, and they didn't come up with the skydiving goal. But I looked at this summary, and I noticed that didn't nobody else mention skydiving but me, but 60% of the people mentioned that they wanted to see this instead. So I disagree with them. I still think they're wrong. I think they should have had a skydiving goal, but I can see why they didn't pick a skydiving goal. Like when you make it clear for people, that's when you're just doing a more effective job of listening, and making that listening plain to folks. When leaders fail the test of listening, then you make it really easy for people to, when they can't connect the dots, to then start to infer, I bet they just didn't listen at all. That's why this process is so meticulous. That's why I'm adamant about you all doing the work yourself, so that you have the receipts, you have the evidence of the listening every step of the way. We'll dive more into all this on the flip side. See you all in 15 minutes.
All right, at 7:18, we will be in our seats and present.
when you're feeling down. Wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
We've discovered we have 3 different clocks up here. The dais clock is 2 minutes faster than the Apple clocks, and they're different from this clock. We're going to have to synchronize our watches. We're going to go in Apple time, which means we have 45 seconds.
Mr. Guerin, I'm getting all the lay people out here, or I'll be in my seat.
We would necessarily use the gavel, but I'm going to sound the gavel at 7:18 by Apple time.
You made it.
He knows.
What's the difference between an observation and an interpretation? What's the difference between an observation and an interpretation?
Interpretation is interactive.
Interpretation is interactive. What's observation?
Observation is factually, or I guess neutral facts. It's literally what.
Observation is mutual facts. Okay.
Neutral fact, like just
Neutral facts.
Just description of what you see or heard.
Yeah, just the description of exactly what I saw or heard. How's that distinct from an interpretation?
I view an observation as it's filtered, and an interpretation is filtered and observation is unfiltered. You're not overlaying your thoughts or opinions about it.
Yeah, observation is unfiltered. I'm not overlaying my thoughts and opinions about it. And interpretation is filtered. I am overlaying my thoughts and opinions about it. Yeah, anybody else? What's the distinction between observation and interpretation?
I would say that interpretation opens the door for somebody to bring in their own experiences and biases.
Interpretation has the capacity for somebody to bring in their own experiences, which could bring in deeper contextualization, but it could also bring in bias. Anybody else? What's the difference between observation and interpretation? Anybody else? So when it comes to your listening campaign, for this first round of listening, which are we going to encourage you to do? Observational listening or interpretive listening?
Observational.
Observational.
Why? Why is it absolutely essential that this first round of listening be observational in nature rather than interpretive in nature?
Just to capture the facts.
Capture the facts? Who else? Why is this important that you observe what your community says, not yet interpret? That this first round of listening is not interpreting what they say, it's really capturing, it's observing what they say. Why is that important? Why do you think that might be important for this first round?
Because each session is capturing a small subset that's going to go into a larger data set. And if we're interpreting before it goes into the data set to be compared to the other data, then we're manipulating the results.
Yeah, you absolutely tank the results if what we're doing is interpreting, because then it's, well, this is what I think they meant, which could be what they meant, or could be something the exact opposite of what they meant. What we want to do initially is just capture what they said the way they said it. We want to observe what they said. We don't want to interpret what they said for this first round of listening. So I want to do a little bit of practice. And so I'm just going to say something, and then I want somebody to observe what I said. My kids were super adorable on the plane last week. My kids were super adorable on the plane. Somebody observe what I said.
You said your kids were super adorable on the plane last week.
That was close, but that was actually not an observation. There was a mild, very mild form of interpretation. Did anybody catch it? So I'll say what I said again. I said my kids were really adorable on the plane last week. And then she said, your kids were really adorable on the plane last week, but that's not actually what I said. So let me give you another example and see if you can observe what I said. I absolutely believe that when children aren't learning, it's because school systems have to change their adult behavior. I absolutely believe that when children aren't learning, it means that school systems have to change their adult behavior. Will somebody observe what I said?
AJ absolutely believes that when children aren't learning, adults have to change their behavior.
No, that's not what I said. So this is the distinction between observation and interpretation that I want you to capture. What I want you to get practice at is not interpreting in any way, shape, or form, not modifying it from your perspective or what you think that I meant or anything. I want you to capture exactly word for word what I said. I want you to observe what was said. I don't want you to in any way interpret. There is danger in interpretation at this stage. I want you to hear exactly what your community says and capture it exactly as they said it. And so this is why we're practicing the distinction between observation and interpretation. Let me try another one. By the way, we're just going to stay here. We are going to get this. We're going to master observational listening here in the next few minutes. I am training 70 students on restorative practices this week. That's actually what I'm doing this week. That's why I'm here and not there with you in person. I am training 70 children on restorative practices this week. Somebody observe what I said.
AJ said that he is training 70 children on restorative practices this week.
Not quite. Still interpreting. I don't want you to change a single solitary word I said.
I am training 70 children on restorative practices this week.
That is an observation. That is her perfectly observing exactly what I said. She did not modify a word. She did not change a pronoun. She did not change a meaning. She did not change an idea. She changed absolutely nothing. She did not interpret, this is what I heard AJ say. She observed what I heard AJ say was, and then she repeated word for word exactly what I said. Let me try another one. See if somebody else can get in on this. My 70 students practiced mediation skills today. My 70 students practiced mediation skills today.
My 70 students practice mediation skills today.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, word for word. So I'm being very aggressive right now about this distinction between observation and interpretation. Why do you all think that is? Why am I really pushing this very purist idea of observational listening versus interpretive listening? Why do you think that I think this matters?
Because it's natural for us to do. I think it's natural for us to want to interpret and reframe what we're hearing versus we need to just write down what we hear.
Anybody else? Why am I suggesting this approach to listening matters?
Sometimes people listen to respond, and when we interpret, it helps us formulate how we're going to respond.
Yeah. You are not here for your benefit. You are here for your community's benefit. So we're not here to try to massage what they say or modify what they say or even professionalize what they say. The only real distinction I have here is that I have seen some boards like bleep out certain language, like only if there's like a curse word or something. I personally wouldn't do that. I'd write down exactly what people say, but you all may choose, and I think it's a reasonable choice for each board to make if you're going to kind of censor that out. The reason I wouldn't do that is because I think that's a slippery slope of then start censoring out other language that you find inappropriate or unprofessional that isn't, curse words. Oh, well, she said, that, this staff member is an idiot. I might censor out the staff member's name. I would not censor out that they said this, staff member, redacted is an idiot. I wouldn't censor that out. I would capture what people said word for word. I am a purist about this. You all may choose to have a slightly less purist approach, and I think that's reasonable. But that's a decision you all have to make. But just know that my encouragement is to observe exactly what people say. Why? So take a moment and just share. What's your thoughts about this? About observing exactly what people say versus doing some mild interpretation, or in some cases, some mild redaction. For example, if a child's name was mentioned, I actually would redact that. But I would redact that because I think that's necessary to comply. I would argue that's necessary for us to comply with federal law if we're going to create a public document that, we shouldn't be mentioning individual children and their educational needs and whatnot. And so there are some things I would redact. But outside of that, I'm pretty much a purist on this. But you all need to have some conversation about this for yourself. What are your thoughts now that you've kind of experienced it for a second between observational, listening, and interpretive, and kind of where do you all want to collectively draw the line on these things?
I think it's a lot easier to do than I initially considered, to subtly interpret. I'm less confident in my skills of typing fast enough now. I think maybe our community would appreciate, at least at the beginning of a document, knowing if they might come into contact with language that they might find offensive. But I agree that it's a slippery slope, and unless you're protecting someone's a child or someone's name, maybe there's a way we can deal with that, just to make people aware. This isn't for your kid to read, or you make that decision for yourself and your family, but this document has foul language in it.
Who else? What are your thoughts on this?
Let me ask you, how do you account for sarcasm? And we know you can say the same 12 words and it can mean something different depending upon where you put the emphasis and what your facial expression is. You might be engaging in irony or sarcasm. So when we're transcribing and trying to just observe, and we know, and I recognize the challenge associated with this, but if somebody is saying something and meaning something else, sarcasm or irony, how do you write that down?
I do not recommend that you interpret it. I recommend that you tell people at the beginning, hey, folks, we're going to record exactly what you say, exactly the way you say it. And so however you want to communicate, that's what we're going to capture. And if people choose to communicate with sarcasm, then that's what's captured. And I think that's that is perfectly appropriate. That is the choice that they made. And I think your job as a public official is to honor that choice. It will be odd in the record, but that is the choice they made. My suggestion to you is to honor the decisions and the wisdom of your participants and faithfully let them know we're going to write down exactly what you said. And one of my favorite examples is, and I will slightly edit myself, is we were having a conversation of this nature, and somebody said, well, I think you're an a-hole. And I said, ma'am, I heard you say, I think you're an a-hole. Did I hear you correctly? And she said, yeah, that's exactly what I said. I was like, all right, I'm making sure that, I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. Who will be the next to share? And then we just kept it moving. Like, I literally captured exactly what she said, word for word. And it's important to me that she experienced being heard, that not a professionalized, purified, sanitized version of it, but that I was, if she's grown enough to use that language, I'm grown enough to hear it and to write it down. And I think the same is true of sarcasm. If people know, hey, we're writing down, we're trying to capture exactly what you say. So if you mean something else, then say something else. But whatever you say, we're going to write that down as this is what you mean. And trust that people are mature enough and adult enough to choose accordingly how they want to communicate.
AJ, how do we handle feedback in Spanish? Do we type it in Spanish or do we translate it and put it in English.
I strongly recommend you capture language in the language it was spoken. I strongly recommend that you capture comments in the language that they were spoken. Not in the, even if often there will be an interpreter present, but I don't recommend that you capture what the interpreter said. I recommend you capture what the community member said. And on the back end, it will have to be translated to all be part of the record, because the ultimate summary, I suspect you'll choose to have it summarized in English rather than Spanish. But I do strongly recommend whatever language, and we've had situations, we serve large school districts. We've had situations where there have literally been 20 different languages that were recorded in the official record in their language. And we think that's perfectly fine. And then when it came time to do the thematic frequency analysis, at that point, they get interpreted, they get translated into whatever the language of record is going to be, which is usually English. But in terms of capturing, I do not recommend you capture what the interpreter says. I recommend you capture what the community member says.
AJ, what if we don't speak the language?
And if you don't have that capacity, this is one of those times when the recording comes in handy, or one of those times where like you have to record it and then capture it after the fact. If you have folks on the board who speak Spanish, then I'm hopefully they'll be at some of those, but they shouldn't be at all of them, because you should be spreading this around. So there's even if you have folks on the board who speak Spanish, that doesn't mean they should go to all the Spanish sessions. They need to go to a wide distribution of them as well. So you are almost certainly going to wind up in situations where you are capturing things that are interpreted. This is where the recorded record will save you, because then you can go back and add it. However, if you don't record the session, or it's an outreach session and they don't want it recorded, that is the one situation where, unfortunately, you are stuck recording what the interpreter said. You're recording the words as the interpreter interpreted them. So you are getting an interpretation of what the community member said rather than an observation of what they said. Now you're observing the interpreter rather than observing the community member. But only in that situation, if you don't have somebody, a native speaker on the board, and it's not being recorded, then in that situation, to preserve that comment gets included in the record, then the only thing you can do is capture what the interpreter said. But if you can avoid that, and you can capture it in the native language, that is the strongest way to go about this. Other questions?
Yeah, what about follow-up questions? If somebody makes a statement, and can you follow up with a question to say, let me clarify what you're saying so I can get exactly what you're saying, and I'm not confused about what you're saying. And let me give you an example of what I'm thinking about is, the sentence, the rooster crowed and the sun rose. Follow-up question, are you saying there's a correlation, there's some relationship between the rooster crowing and the sun rising, or are you just giving me a statement that you saw both? Can I make that, may I ask those follow-up questions so I don't think, so that the word and is now made clearer to me of what he meant by and.
Yeah, I see each board take a slightly different approach to this. Again, I tend to be more in the purist camp. I just capture what people say. However, I've seen a lot of boards where they will make follow-up questions fair game as long as the purpose of the follow-up question is to make clear the intention of the sentence that was spoken, not to try to in any way lead or direct or elicit some additional comment from the participant. And so if the purpose is, here's a sentence I heard you say, I want to make, did I hear that correctly? Or did I capture that correctly? That's always fair game. And so just making sure that I captured, you said these 10 words, I only heard 9. I think I missed one of the 10. Could you say it again so I make sure I catch all 10? That's always fair game. What you're trying to do is you're just trying to capture the observation. What you're saying is slightly different. You're trying to capture the meaning of the observation. And I think each board makes their own decision on that. Me, I'm kind of a purist. Like I said, I'm just going to capture what you said and let the semantic analysis on the back end sort out meaning. But I've seen a lot of boards say, yeah, it's absolutely fair game. If somebody said something and it wasn't, and like everybody in the room was like, I'm not sure I understood what you meant. Is it fair game then to ask that follow-up for clarity? That's a y'all decision. And I would just say, whatever y'all decide, everybody play by the exact same rule. Like we don't want some people nudging for clarity and some people not, because now we're not giving everyone kind of an equal opportunity to be heard. And so I think whichever way you go is fine, as long as all of you are, are approaching it in the same way. Is that helpful?
AJ, I guess kind of building on that, I had a similar question. And in my mind, I was replaying your Miss Johnson example, where, her initial statement that you observed was she wanted a stop sign, and I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But you told us that, that's her customer behavior. You were able to get to her owner behavior, though, by asking the why. Why
That's
do you
correct.
want a stop sign? And ultimately, the safety issue was brought out. And that's the vision of the community, or the value of the community that you're looking to protect, which is ultimately what we're trying to derive from the observations we make. So I guess, is there any role in this where we ask a follow-up question such as that to try to elicit the member of the public's value underlying their statement?
Yeah. Oh, I really, really love the insight of this question because it means you're definitely paying attention to the Miss Johnson story. But what I appreciate about this is you caught something. There's going to be an interpretation at some point in this, with the Miss Johnson saying, I want a stop sign. At some point, because that's more of a customer issue than an owner issue, at some point, there's going to be an interpretation. And essentially what you're asking is, should we do the interpretive work in the moment, or should we do the interpretive work later on the back end? That is a you all choice. It probably won't surprise you. I recommend doing the interpretive work on the back end rather than in the moment. But I think either is reasonable as long as you all are making the exact same call. Why I tend to prefer to do the back end, do that interpretive piece on the back end rather than in the moment, is just because I honestly don't trust you all to consistently do it the exact same way, because it's really hard. And also for participants, the experience that your participants have is, I heard you ask follow-up questions to Ms. Johnson, but you didn't ask any follow-up questions to me. Now, they won't realize what you were doing is you were following up to get at the value underneath of it. You weren't following up to give Ms. Johnson more airtime. But what they'll probably experience is Ms. Johnson got more airtime than I did. And so to me, the harm of that outweighs the benefit of the clarity that I would get from doing the interpretive work in the moment. But that said, honestly, I think this is a fair, I think you could fairly go either way, because there is going to be interpretation at some point. And so whether you do it in the moment or you do it later on in the process in this semantic frequency analysis, I think that I think that's a y'all call. So I know where I land, but I think it's a fair decision to land in either place. And so that's just a call you all have to make. And again, wherever you land, the most important thing is that you all do the same thing. If you all aren't catching onto this act of listening is a lot more complicated than it sounds. Like you said, oh yeah, we're going to listen to some community folks. No. This is some real deal listening, and it takes a lot more effort to do really intentional observational listening than it sounds, which is why we're spending all this time doing a training session on it, because it's not the style of listening that we do in day-to-day life. You would annoy your spouses and partners if you repeated every word they said back to them all day, every day. That your relationship would be cut short. This isn't the type of listening that we do constantly. But in this specific use case, my recommendation to you is that this is going to be the most useful type of listening to engage in, because the intention here is, how do we make sure that we are just authentically capturing the voice of our community, the vision and values of our community, and inserting ourselves into it as minimally as absolutely possible. But yeah, I think a reasonable person could go either way. Do we want to do the interpretation in the moment and push for clarity, push on the issue to get the value in the moment? Or do we want to do the interpretation on the back end and look at stop signs? Okay, what am I guessing is the value behind Ms. Johnson's comment on stop sign? I'm guessing the value behind that is safety. So and so there's pros and cons to either. I think either one is appropriate. I think you all just need to land on one and everybody do the same thing. And by the way, we're going to get into your script not too long from now. And all of these type of questions are the types of questions we're going to literally answer in the script so that you all will say, okay, this is exactly how we're all doing it the exact same way. Other questions, other reflections on observational listening versus interpretive listening. Anything else that's coming up for you guys? Does this make sense? Does this sound like a bunch of hooey? Like, talk to me. What's going on?
This is, you have a room full of 40 people and you have an hour and you have 6 questions. And I could just talk about how you, again, a tactical question, how you move around a room under those circumstances and make the most of this opportunity with those 40 people.
Yep.
Could you talk about how you...
Yes. So there are really only 2 good answers to this question that I normally see in practice. The first answer is get better at your jobs. And so just get better at observational listening and get better at typing really, really, really quickly to capture exactly what people said. So that's one thing. It's just like get better at those skills. Practice, 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 so that when you're doing them, that you can just do so with speed. I was not good at any of these skills when I first got elected. I got really good at these skills over time of being a school board member. So that's one option. The other option, the more practical option for this circumstance, divide and conquer. So instead, you've got 40 people in a room, we've got this number of questions, this amount of time. Instead of having 2 board members lead that particular listening session, let's have 4 board members lead that listening session. And we'll have 20 of you go with these 2 and 20 of you go with those 2. That is the more common answer to that question. In fact, I've actually seen one engagement session where the board hosted, where all 9 of the board members showed up. And they basically broke the room into 3 different groups. So we've got 3 board members over here doing capture here, 3 in listening and capture, 3 board members doing listening and capture, 3 board members doing listening and capture. And so they did that specifically because they wanted to maximize the amount of voice that each individual person could provide. Also, frankly, this is why 5 meetings probably isn't going to cut it. Like, you're going to have some super oversubscribed meetings where not everybody gets heard. And so the way that you calibrate for that is you'll just host, you're going to have a whole bunch of listening opportunities. It won't just literally be 5 and that's it. And so that's part of the reason why folks wind up having as many listening sessions as they do, is just to make sure that we have the space for authentic listening for the number of people who want to do so. But yeah, the 2 most common answers are people level up, and just get better at typing more quickly and get better at capturing, observing what people say. I've done enough practice that I can generally capture, a paragraph or so before my brain starts to melt. But if you notice that you can only capture like 6 words at a time or a sentence at a time, one thing that I would encourage you to do is practice. Before you do this listening, annoy your family, annoy your friends. Like, hey, I just want you to talk to me and I'm going to practice observing back what you say just because I got to level up my skills for this community listening session. You would be amazed how quickly you can improve this particular skill just by taking some time to practice. And so I would encourage you, it will be annoying to your friends and family. They may not want to hang out with you as much after this, but it will be a service to the community that they will be doing, is they just share with you, a few sentences at a time, and you just strengthen this particular muscle of yours of observing back exactly what people said. Your other option is, like I said, kind of divide and conquer. Just bring more board members to the engagement and then break the group up into multiple groups that are each going through the exact same script. What else is on your mind, folks? Before we transition, what else about observation versus interpretation? Anything else? All right. So let's get into some of the technical aspects, which I promise you to get into. We're already in it with observation versus interpretation, but let's get into some more technical aspects, and then we'll get into logistic aspects, including kind of what are next steps. So technical aspects, you had some homework, and so now we're going to talk about what should be in the script. And so Greg, I'll ask if you're not already, I assume you probably are capturing some notes. But if you could, what we'll do is we'll try to capture what you all share right now, and we will be observing what you say. But I want to transition the conversation to you all sharing with us, what are some things that you think ought to be in the script, kind of where and why, and that's inclusive of what are questions you think should be asked. And so we're going to solicit that from you all right now, just for the next few moments. And then what we will do is we'll take what we hear this evening and we'll put together a rough draft script for you based on what we hear. We'll provide that back to you, and then you all can do the work of refining and finalizing the script. But tonight we do the brainstorming work, and then we will sharpen it up a little bit and then give you back a rough draft. So the floor is open. Based on all that you've heard and the homework that you've done in advance of tonight, what should be in the script? And think of it, what should be in the opening, what should be in the body, what should be in the closing, what should be in the script and why? The floor is open.
My thoughts I wrote down in terms of the beginning of the script focus a lot on one of the questions I asked earlier, which is I think there should be a short explanation regarding the distinction between board work and superintendent work, accompanied by an explanation that the board, what we're looking for at the end of the day and throughout the comments are common themes that ultimately we'll put together with feedback we get from other listening sessions to identify the vision and values of the community, speak to the fact that we understand some people may have individual concerns, and while you're welcome to share those tonight, that's not necessarily the purpose of this, but we're happy to get you in touch with the proper people if you have an operational issue. Again, kind of educating the public, so to speak, of what our role is in our listening session versus the staff's listening sessions. And then the first question was beginning and end of the script. Thank the public for their participation, provide them a general timeline of the listening sessions and ultimate summarization and review to identify the visions and values and set the goals and guardrails so they have a good understanding of what that looks like. And I would add to that, based on what we talked tonight, is where they can go to see hopefully the raw published data of what we observed. So that, again, the receipts piece you mentioned, that was the first question. The second part was what should be part of the conversation. And I wrote down, I think the conversation needs to center on.
So hold on, right before you go into that, I want to reflect back some of what I heard. As you say, I want to open up with distinguishing between board work and superintendent work. Let people know that we are here to listen to the vision and values of the community, and that that's slightly different if people have other concerns that we want to help them get those addressed. But clarify that what we're trying to do is establish the 5-year priorities, and that's driving the questions we're going to hear today. At the end of it, the first thing I heard you say is I want to thank people for coming out and for sharing, and then provide them details about where they can find the full transcript, and it will be creating a summary based on all this listing from across the entire city, and then share with them a little bit about the timeline of what happens next. Did I generally capture the different considerations you had for the beginning and the end?
Mild interpretation, but yes, generally yes, right? I couldn't help it.
Oh, definitely.
But yeah, AJ, you did a great job with that. Thank you, really. Yeah, you captured it.
You said you had some, so that was beginning and end. You said you had some for the middle.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see if we want to just focus on the beginning or the end, but the middle part, what I wrote down is I think the conversations need to center on how we go about setting students up for success in the student outcomes department, and encompassed in that how, instead of writing questions, I kind of had, I guess, themes to think about through questions. I think the following issues should be part of the conversation: safety, operational transparency, curriculum issues, fiscal responsibility, commitment to the provision of services, counseling, speech pathology, et cetera, and commitment to bettering our public schools with an eye toward keeping them public in the true sense and not expanding to a charter type of model.
Thinking through that, I feel like but think about the various audiences we would be in front of. When we're trying to get visions and values, I don't know that we'd want to drag people into curriculum and that kind of discussion, because we're not just talking to a school audience. We're talking to people from all walks of life, and we're trying to understand what makes a community tick and what they care about. And I think we have to be careful that we don't introduce too many specifics about the operational side, curriculum side, because that'll draw us away from them talking about their heart and their cares and their concerns, and their values. That's the only thing I would add to that.
Yeah, and I don't disagree in the questions I wrote, and I'll shut up and let other people talk, but we're more big picture, get your feedback. But I think those are a lot of the things that we're going to hear, and I kind of, in my organizing my thoughts, that's why I was putting those down first, is because I think as we're listening for themes, that's the way my brain worked, and then I wrote down questions that will elicit broader feedback. But yeah, I don't disagree, Pete.
We want to explore hopes and fears and aspirations for their community, for our kids. And you've set it up well, but moving from that to getting to the heart of the matter with people. And I'm not offering up a suggested question, but I think that's what we want to probe. Where are their hearts? And, probe value questions, so.
Okay. Again, what's in their heart? Probe value questions. Yeah, absolutely. What are you thinking?
I just thinking, what's one thing you wish the district leaders understood about your community? What is it you feel like they're missing?
What's one thing you wish district leaders knew about your community? One thing that you think they're missing?
Maybe take off the back end. So I mean, that's my idea of a question, right?
Yeah.
What's one thing you wish district leaders knew about your community?
So what's one thing you wish district leaders knew about your community? Yeah. Who else? What do you got? Beginning, middle, end. Who else? What are some ideas?
So my idea for the beginning, definitely thank them for being there. Thank you for being here today. We are here to listen and learn from the community. The purpose of this session is not to debate decisions or solve individual concerns, but to better understand the hopes, expectations, values, and priorities our community has for Fort Worth ISD students. School boards exist to represent the vision and values of the community. Our responsibility is to translate those values into goals and guardrails to guide the work of the superintendent and district administration. Your feedback will help share that work. Today, we want to hear from everyone. There are no right or wrong answers. We ask everyone to participate respectfully and allow others the opportunity to share their perspectives.
It sounds an awful lot like some of the scripts that I've heard previously, where there's this real intentionality, first and foremost about gratitude, and then about clarifying kind of what is the nature of what we're here to do, what is the responsibility of the board inside of that. I mean, just making those pieces of the puzzle clear to folks up front. That is a very common, those are very common elements that I see boards include in their script. Who else? What are your ideas?
Yeah, I thought that was a great intro, Courtney. On the questions, I was thinking very open-ended questions, and along the things, if we're interested in the vision of the community and values, is what's your vision for Fort Worth ISD? What values should Fort Worth ISD center on? How do you define positive student outcomes? What's the most important thing that Fort Worth ISD can provide for your student? Maybe that's a customer action. What should FWISD avoid doing? And how would you define success for Fort Worth ISD?
What should we avoid doing? How would you define success? What are your vision for Fort Worth ISD? What values are important for Fort Worth ISD to honor? These are absolutely really common, the types of questions. And the insistence that you had at the beginning that I want to ask open-ended questions, we definitely encourage you in the direction of open-ended questions. We would push back heavily on the board adopting a script that felt like it was trying to lead the community in one direction or the other. There's going to be a time where you all will need to lead the community in one direction or the other. This ain't that. This is purely listening. And so this is not the time for trying to lead the conversation. This is just the time for authentic listening. And so, yeah, open-ended questions truly are the order of the day here. Who else? What do you got?
I think I'd also like to add an open-ended question around challenges and just ask what barriers students are facing to hear the challenges the community is concerned about.
Yeah. What barriers are students facing? Yeah, it's definitely a values oriented question.
I had a few. Do you want? I had a few that I'd add. So I do think, again, towards the end, you asked about the end, some emphasis on our commitment to continue welcoming individual feedback and thoughts, perhaps emphasizing the channels, the multiple channels that they might do so. And then so that's one process one, I guess. Two others that are kind of process-ish is, do we ask them, I had a thought that we might ask them to share whether they have children currently in the ISD and where, at what level, if so. If not, do they have children who will be in the ISD or have had children there in the past? And then I don't, this may be dragging it out, so maybe we shouldn't do this, but perhaps they could also share a little about themselves to the extent it might shed light on their vantage on the ISD. Was another process one. And then a few kind of the more broad ones is what things are on track and off track in the ISD to your mind? What percentage of our students should we realistically expect to be on track academically in the ISD? What are the outcomes we should seek for graduates of our ISD high schools academically, but also otherwise? If you have children currently in the ISD or who have recently left the ISD, what would you like to have changed? And then I had two of the last process ones. We're saying something about our timeline for setting the goals and guardrails, whether we share the October thing or otherwise. And then also asking them what are there other gatherings where they think it'd be helpful for us to try and attend to get further feedback.
Yeah. I just really appreciate the amount of homework all of you have done. This is really, really helpful. I've come into some of these sessions and the board members clearly did not do their homework. And so there was not this level of thoughtfulness. We've captured all the different things that you said, but I want to lean into one in particular. I think as a school board, you're definitely going to have to wrestle with how you want replay for me again what after the welcoming, what did you have next?
The process ones were, do they have children currently? Where, at what level?
Oh, that's it. Did they have children? Yep. Thank you. I think a question that you all are going to have to wrestle with as a school board is what data do we want to capture about participants? And the number one rule that I'd always offer you is never capture data that you're not going to use. So if you're not going to use it, don't capture it. So what that means is if you are going to capture something, you need to have a plan in advance on exactly how will we use this. And so, for example, some people have chosen to capture that information, specifically use it just as a process check. Have we heard from a meaningful number of parents? Have we heard from a meaningful number of teachers? Have we heard from a meaningful number of students? That's one thing that people have captured the data and used it for. Another thing that people have captured the data and used it for is providing as part of the topical frequency analysis, what percentage of parents had this concern versus what percentage of teachers had this concern. And so those are two radically different uses of the data. My recommendation, you don't capture anything unless you intend to use it. But you all need to proactively decide exactly how would we use that on the front end. There are also some additional elements that pertain to that. If you were going to ask that in the script, that means you also, if you're going to have a survey, which I suspect you probably will, online so that people can have access to participate in that way, that means you'd also have to ask that in the survey and capture that. It means whatever information you seek to capture, that you're going to have to accept. Some people would choose not to provide the information, and you'll have to decide in advance of capturing, of soliciting that and not capturing it. What do we do with that? Do we discount that in some way? Do we weight it differently? I mean, there are a lot of choices that you have. So at the bottom line, I would say don't capture any information that you don't plan to use. If you say we're going to capture something, then my next question is, what is your exact plan for how you will use that? And so if anybody has ideas about what you would or wouldn't capture and how you would or wouldn't use it, that is totally fair game for this conversation.
In the questions that I suggested, what's your relationship to the Fort Worth ISD? Are you a parent? You're a student? Are you alum? Do you have kids in your household? I don't want to, get too far into a profile, but I think it'd be valuable to know if a person had what their relationship was to the school. I'm just a resident of Fort Worth, and I want what's best for my community, or my livelihood depends on having a highly qualified workforce, or trying to just understand what predisposition somebody brings, what caused them to show up at this meeting.
Yeah. And so again, this is a data capture thing, and you just have to decide how are we using the data. What I think I'm understanding is that your use of the data isn't for analysis purposes as much as it is for contextualization purposes in the conversation, which I think is perfectly reasonable. But then you would just know that the way we're using this isn't for further analysis or isn't for process check. We're just using this for contextualization in the conversation, but not beyond that. If you plan to use it for something more specific beyond that, then you'd actually need to build into your script what exact pieces of data you're going to collect, and then make sure to ask that of every single speaker, recognizing that some will decline to respond. And so again, how you choose to use it just is really the definitive factor in how it shows up in your script.
Well, you could spend a lot of time looking for patterns, and we don't want to go overboard looking for patterns, but if we're hearing one thing from parents consistently, and it's never mentioned by a labor activist who doesn't have kids, or it's never mentioned by somebody in the Chamber of Commerce, or just some patterns, and I don't know which ones we would want to try to capture, but at least parents. I would want to know if somebody had children in the school, and then when we look back on it at the end of all this, we could look for patterns. Did parents talk about things differently than somebody that's works in a restaurant and employs high school kids?
And maybe an ignorant question to ask, but I'm going to ask it, which is, my concern is if we're capturing that data, if we have more data about a certain subset or more data about certain people, it's going to inherently cause a bias toward maybe their opinions. I think as just a human being, and it makes sense. Like, I want to know what the parents say because they're the ones sending their kids to school, and our duty, we're trying to improve student outcomes here. But the question is, we're supposed to represent the vision and values of the community, and I take that back to your kind of as a purist approach, which is, I don't think any subset of individuals should outweigh, their comments should outweigh any others. And if we start capturing that data, I think we step into looking for patterns there that we want to see that, maybe we're overreaching. So is it ever appropriate to emphasize down the road the opinions and visions and values of the parents above someone who doesn't have a kid in the ISD?
Well,
This is
but
fundamentally a decision that you all will have to make.
Yeah.
Essentially what you all are doing in listening is you are defining who is our community, and do we weight that differently based on their role in kind of membership within our community. And once again, this is a decision that you all as a school board can make, that we want to capture or we don't want to capture. But yeah, the issues that you bring up are worth repeating, that you'll just want to be really, really intentional about how do we plan to use this, and be prepared to back it up and defend your use of the data. And by the way, you're going to get dinged either way. If you capture data, you're going to have people who are angry that you captured. If you don't capture data, you're going to have people angry that you didn't capture. Like, I've watched boards get cussed out for taking both approaches. And so I'm not wanting to lean you in one direction or the other. I think you all just need to be in discernment. And what we're listening for in your conversation is, are we hearing you all lean one way or the other? Because that will inform our interpretation of what happens here tonight, is going to inform the rough draft that we put together. But ultimately, even though we put together a rough draft of a script for you, this is your script. This is not our script. And so you all will have to massage it and change it and design it to make sure that it's the one you're comfortable using, because then every single one of you will use the exact same script in every single engagement session and every single outreach session, with the endeavor to try to do it the exact same way. And so whether you want to collect data or not, we're listening right now, and I'm not hearing a clear consensus either way yet. So I'll keep listening for that. But you can go either way, but you also need to back it up and have a real justification for what did we collect and how do we use it.
I think that I have a vision question that I'm trying to imagine if I knew the demographics, like who was the community member, or do they have kids, that kind of thing, if it would change the answer, which is, so the question is, when you imagine Fort Worth ISD at its best down the road, what does it look like? So I think of myself down the road, I'm going to be, an empty nester. And does my feeling about how I describe what Fort Worth ISD looks like functioning at its absolute best, is that different at that point as an empty nester than now when I have younger children, I don't know that it matters that if I was an empty nester, or if I have two children, or if I'm an employer. So maybe my suggestion is maybe some of this can be resolved through the types of questions that we ask. We determine, do we really need to know some of these things or not? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I think there's real value in capturing some data just to make sure that we know that all constituencies are being heard. And so whether that, and maybe it's simple, it's parent, alum, community member, what have you, but I think there's real value in capturing just some high-level data, just so we know that we're hearing from everybody.
Frost, do you think or really posed to anyone, but do you think when we, I imagine if we, some of these early meetings may be harder to gauge, but if we meet with Rotary, I feel like we kind of have a fairly good idea about what their interests might be, although some of them will be parents also, or grandparents, or, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the meeting will provide some of that information, but there may be meetings where that's not indicative of their relationship with the school district, as Pete described it.
In trying to, we were going to do a frequency analysis, but it won't be just purely an arithmetic exercise, just adding up what's mentioned the most. And there's something that's inherently subjective about taking that data and drawing from it values. And so I don't know how we'll all have different opinions. We'll look at the same body of facts, and it'd be hard to divorce ourselves from our own sentiments about values as we sort through them. But it'll be more than just arithmetic, adding up who said something the most. And I think some basic information would be helpful. don't want to overweight parents or don't want to overweight employers looking for a skilled workforce. But just some basic information would be helpful.
Yeah, I want the information, but just to ensure that we've heard from everybody, right? So I think we use that information to keep ourselves in check, to make sure that we've listened to the entire community.
So I'm hearing people say different things. I'm hearing what you just said was I would want to use the information as part of our process check, which is very different from what I heard Pete just say, which I want to use the information as part of our semantic analysis. Those are two radically different uses, and they're both legitimate if that's what you want to do. But I just highlighted what I hear you all saying are very, very different things. And so I'll just nudge you all, if you want to discuss this a little bit, to try to figure out kind of where you all kind of land collectively on this. And we will try to infer from that. And that is what we'll plug into the sample, the rough draft script that we deliver back to you. And so we're still listening for that, but just know that I'm currently hearing very different things.
You can do both with it.
That's correct.
Says stack and man. I was sleeping Spanish. I know, man, says get some spells.
Anybody else want to be heard on this topic?
We can do-
What should go in the script, or in general, or data collection specifically? Anybody else?
Do we have what is the attitude on collecting some information about the respondents? I'd like to go ahead and talk that through so y'all could have guidance.
I think that I would lean more towards what Jay said, but to your point, if we don't collect it, we don't have a choice anyway. So maybe best to collect it.
And if we collect it, how much? You know, if you're doing a poll, you collect a whole lot of data. For our purposes, and we don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it either. We don't have that much time with these audiences. What would be the basic data that we would like to know about each person?
I don't know the data.
I don't mean data. Do you have
this
are you a
goes
parent?
into
Do
the
you have
receipts.
kids in the school?
Yeah.
This goes into the receipts piece, right? When somebody's saying, well, who did you talk to? We can say, hey, we spoke to this group and that group.
Yeah.
AJ's laughing. I want that as a receipt.
Always going to happen.
Yeah, right. I just want to say, this is who we spoke. We got the community's input when we said we want this guardrail. That's my only purpose for having that data.
Could you ask, like, what as a community member, who do you identify with most? A parent, an employer, a grandparent, a taxpayer?
I don't think I'd want to ask if they were a taxpayer. But
Okay, fair point.
But I think parent, grandparent, employer. Did you go to the Fort Worth ISD? You know, I do think the parent, non-parent. Do you have a kid in school now? Anybody who has a kid sees the world differently because of that kid or those kids, and I'd like to know if they had a kid in school, and we would know that, you know, out of our 1,000 people we talk to, and a little bit to what Jay suggesting, but just want to make sure we've heard from enough people who have flesh and blood in the game, as well as the other interests people have, skilled workforce. You know, I run a restaurant. I can't get kids to come here and work. You know, so I mean, not the kind of question you'd ask a jury pool. But could we agree on parent, kid in school, kid in the Fort Worth ISD, What else? Just,
No, I was just, having originally suggested this, my bias is I think we should collect some of it. I appreciate, AJ, your point about having a plan to use it. I think, again, at a minimum, that baseline sense of have we touched our bases, I think is to me, a good use. And so I would do it. I don't think we have to, it has to be a disquisition. The specific things, again, AJ, I guess I'd also be interested in kind of, do you have a sense of where districts have put that information to good use? So if there's other information beyond what Pete described, that you would think like, sometimes schools have found it beneficial to know whatever, that might be something for you guys to put in the draft.
Yeah, probably the single most common things that boards have wanted to know, been some of the things you all discussed. They've wanted to know, parent versus staff versus community member. They wanted to know race. They've wanted to know socioeconomic factors. They wanted to know languages spoken. And for all the reasons you all described, some of them wanted to use that just as process checks. Have we made sure we've heard from all of these different segments? But some of them wanted to use it as part of the semantic frequency analysis, and then actually bucketing responses based on respondent. And so I think all of that is reasonable choices, but those are choices I cannot make. I do not represent the vision and values of your community. You all will need to decide what information do we need in order to demonstrate legitimacy in the eyes of our community, and if we captured that data, how would we use it? So those are the fundamental questions that I'd encourage you to wrestle with right now as we're going through this. And let's give this maybe 7 more minutes before we transition to a different topic. So what else on the topic of data capture? What would you want to capture or not? If not, why not? If so, what specifically? Let's get down to brass tacks. What specifically would you want to capture? And how specifically would you propose it be used? Who else would like to be heard on this topic?
Have you seen, generally speaking, like me personally, I like the idea of data capture. I do have concerns that depending on how we do that, it leads to interpretation before we're supposed to get there. So have you seen maybe questionnaires used, that you have those for everyone that's there, that is voluntary if they would like to fill those out? And then you can correlate the name to the speaker later with the raw data without letting that in any way cloud our judgment about what the person is saying when they have the mic and they're sharing their thoughts.
So this is interesting because I actually had to think back. I think I have seen one board capture question responses distinct from demographic participation data, so that they weren't paired, so that they didn't have any capacity to say these were parents and they said X, but they did have a capacity to say we heard X and we heard from Y number of parents. So I think I have seen one district that completely divorced the two. They just had one demographic capture, and that was entirely separate from the question capture. And so I think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that more than once. I think I've seen that one time. Normally people have connected the two and then are thinking about using it as part of an analysis later. But if you wanted to avoid any potential kind of for bias in that regard, then yeah, you could capture them separately. They'd be completely divorced. You'd have one table for demographic capture and one for data capture. And so yeah, you could do either of those.
I selfishly like that idea. I mean, I'm envisioning folks walk in, maybe scan a QR code, tell us a little bit about yourself. You get to do it in private, and we get the information, and we get to capture all the statistics about who was at the meeting, and then that's separate from the actual listening piece.
And I'm worried about a chilling effect if we're asking people, and the first 5 questions are, what's your relationship to the district? People that are out there that aren't parents may not be as willing to share because they start seeing parents share and they think, well, I don't have the same skin in the game as that person. But our task here, as I understand we've been tasked with it, is go and get as broad a swath of comments and feedback from the community as possible so that we have the biggest data set possible to identify the true visions and values of the community. And so, I mean, again, personally, I'd love to know everything about everybody, but I do worry about chilling. In fact, I worry about bias on our end and interpreting immediately when those comments are made in the listening sessions where we're not supposed to be having that effect. Those are my concerns.
Well, let me speak to that, because I mean, listening, as AJ was trying to teach us earlier to listen, it's going to be hard no matter what. I don't know that knowing whether a person had a child in the district would make it any harder or not. I mean, it's something we're going to have to practice and going to have to get good at, but I'm not persuaded that, adding another level of challenge to learning how to listen totally objectively would be outweigh the benefit of knowing something about the people. But where do you draw the line? Do you get into race, ethnicity? I mean, you can presume something about socioeconomic level based on where some of these are hosted, perhaps. If if the homeless shelter hosted something, but we're still going to just have to discipline ourselves to be objective listeners, and that's going to be darn hard. I don't think that would make it that much harder if that information would be useful.
I guess my concern is that if people think that's a requirement, and maybe there's a middle ground that's, we, as part of the introductory piece, we tell them you're welcome to share basic information about you and your relationship to the district, but you're not required to do so. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
I think when we start making it come across as a requirement, we start putting in a possible chilling effect for people that are in the room.
Well, it's hard for us. This is a tough setting to try to come up with a consensus, but that's an open-ended question, and maybe that is a good way to manage it. Tell us what your relationship is to the district or to Fort Worth. Does that get us where we need to be?
So let's transition a few other logistical topics.
AJ, before you leave, I definitely want us to explore the value our community places on literacy and numeracy and at grade level academic performance. And to me, that's fundamental. We've come in this with our charges to improve student outcomes. Do we have a community that cares about that? Do we have a community that cares if kids can read? Now, we know from surveys that everybody thinks everybody learns to read in school. It's, you poll any place in the country, are the kids learning to read at XYZ ISD? It's always in the 90%. All of us in this room know the number is closer to a third, and in some places it's closer to a fifth. So is this a community that places a premium on literacy and numeracy? The two, in my opinion, and I'm showing my bias here, but I'd like to know, I think all of us care deeply about this. Are we on the same track with the community on those issues? So do they care about student academic outcomes? I think we need to explore whether that, in fact, is true. Do they care more about football? So how do we get at the literacy issue and some queries that really mine people's appreciation for, and I'm showing my bias, how important it is? Do they care about kids learning a living wage? Does that matter to this community? Do you want a child that goes to Fort Worth ISD to be able to earn a living wage when she graduates? Those are fundamental questions about what we're all about. And if we were to learn that no, everybody just cares about football and band, so maybe we pay less attention to literacy. I think we all hope the community shares our commitment to literacy, but how do we test that? How do we explore that with our audience with the hope that they share our strong opinion about literacy is a civil right. Literacy is fundamental.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I would join you. My personal opinion would be that these are really fundamental questions. And I would encourage that you absolutely not ask any of them. That your way of testing what is on the heart of the folks in your community, I would encourage it to be through asking open-ended questions and then see what they say. Like if you ask people, do you care about literacy? You're going to get a lot of people who say yes to that. If you don't ask about that at all, you just ask people, what is your vision for what kids should know and be able to do? Then you'll find out what people actually say, and either it will be, this priority or that priority or another priority. But I think asking the open-ended question will get you more authentically at what is on the hearts of people than asking a more leading question, which I think will
I'm not
give you biased
suggesting
information.
asking a leading question, but really probing. There are towns in America that don't really care much about academics. They just don't. And, you can see that in surveys. I do know from having performed a lot of surveys, both focus groups and polling, if you ask people open-ended questions about what do you think is important in the school, and literacy will rarely show up on that list. And the same poll will show that 96% of the people believe that everybody's learning to read. If you follow up with and tell them, well, what would you think if only 33% of the kids can read? Now, what do you think is the most important thing for a school? Literacy jumps to the top of the list. So we have a presumption as a society that if a kid goes to school, they learn to read. So it does not pop up in open-ended questions. You have to do something to make them aware of the fact that most of our kids can't read. And you could ask a question, if you learn that 33% of the kids in the Fort Worth IS, only 33% can read at grade level, do you think that's a crisis? Is that a big deal?
So the closest I've seen a board come to what you're describing, and again, this is a board decision. I think I generally come down against this personally, but I think it's a reasonable board decision to make, is we have had boards that have provided information like a one-pager about the district's current performance level regarding its existing goals and guardrails, if they have them, as part of the pre-information they provide to community members leading up to the actual listening session. So I have seen them say, look, we want you to have this one pager. It describes where we are performance-wise as a school system. Now we're going to ask a bunch of questions about where do you want us to go over the next 10 years? And so it definitely, it had a very clear effect of a signaling to the community, a focus in areas of deficit, and kind of a less focus in areas of strength. So I have seen boards do that before. Just put a one-pager data overview as part of the information that's provided to participants before participation starts. I generally would encourage against it. It feels leading to me, but I do think it's a fair game if that's what the board chooses to do.
What about something, I had questions such as, what should every Fort Worth ISD student know, be able to do, or experience by the time they graduate? Or what does it mean to be college, career, or military readiness? Are these the same outcomes? Would those questions, well, I guess it isn't. I'm not trying to elicit an answer, am I? That's leading then, so never mind.
Yeah, I think there are slightly more open-ended versions of each of those questions. And we would generally counsel you in that direction. If those are the questions you want to ask, you'd say, great, then ask them, but let's pursue a slightly more open-ended version. For the second time, I want to transition, but I want to make this invitation. You all have done a bunch of homework on this. Obviously, you came well prepared, so bravo. Thank you for loving on the children of Fort Worth ISD by doing your homework. Sadly, that is not universal, so thank you for that. Our request, email all of that to us. So send us an email with all of the things that you've written down, all of the notes you've taken on this, or whatever things that have come to mind as a result of this conversation. And then we will take all that And by end of business next week, at latest, we'll try to have that back to you, though we're going to try to hustle much sooner because I know you've got a listening coming up. I think your first one's on the 22nd. Is that correct? When is your next listening?
Monday, the
Monday.
22nd.
Okay, so it is Monday. Well, let me check with the team and see how quickly we can hustle to get you a rough draft. It is unlikely that you, as a board, will have adopted a rough draft, will have adopted a script by Monday. That seems unlikely. You may have one that your officers have signed off on by Monday, but I think it's unlikely that you'll have one that the board has adopted by Monday. And so just understand that that is kind of the risk you took when you authorize your staff to proceed with publishing some dates, is that there's a possibility that you wouldn't be fully ready for the first of those. But we will make an effort to, on our part, to hustle up to have you a rough draft in time for that, for your officers to have reviewed and potentially use for that session. But in order for that to happen, we would need you to email us all of your notes, preferably by noon tomorrow at the latest. So anything we receive from you by noon tomorrow, consider that will be part of our discernment as we're putting together a rough draft. Anything we receive after that, expect that it won't be included.
What email?
Have you all received, I think you all received an email from Carol, is that correct? I think you've all, can somebody confirm that you all received email from Carol to line up your interviews?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, just reply to that. Send an email back to Carol with whatever your, whatever ideas you have, either that you did in advance of tonight or that you've kind of thought of in response to this evening's conversation. Email that to Carol, and then Carol, Greg and I will circle up and use that to create a rough draft as quickly as we possibly can. Let's see, survey. Do you all also, in addition to the script, also want to use a survey as a form of data capture that would essentially mirror the script in every way practicable to do so? Essentially, this just allows for asynchronous participation, for folks who don't show up at a meeting. Is that something that you would want to do or not want to do?
To me, that's important. I think it's an accessibility issue, and it should be an option.
Does anybody object to that? Okay.
No,
I think
actually.
we got, nobody objects, so you got a 9-0
All right.
vote.
I just want to know how we control it. I agree, but how do we control like someone getting in and
You don't.
and just and if we can't control it, to me that muddies the water.
I will say that this is a universal issue with research, survey capture. They're like studies about,
Sure.
so it's just one of those things. You could use your demographic piece that we decide if we want to do like zip code. Are you a parent? You can control it that way a little bit, but you cannot get rid of the muddied water.
But to mitigate the muddy water, you probably would need a ton of inputs, right, in the sample? Because the more you have, the N, right, the more you have, then. But so I keep thinking that if we let the folks, like, will it be some of the folks who've?
I think is it a question of, to me, it becomes a question of harm. Or who are we harming if we don't allow that? And to me, that's the greater need is access. So.
You got it.
Yeah, I think, so this is a perfect example. And this is going to be a recurring thing. 100% of the decisions you make are going to create harm. 100% of the decisions you all make as a body are going to create harm for someone somewhere. 100%. There will be no harm-free, no harmless, no perfectly only beneficial decisions for everybody that you ever make. That will never, ever happen. Every decision you make as a body is going to create harm for someone. It will always be a matter of trade-offs. And so that's what's happening here, is you all just considering what are the pros and cons, who are the beneficiaries, who bears the burden of it, what are the pros and cons, what's the cost and benefits. Every single decision you make, that is the analysis that you'll have to conduct. There will never be a decision that you all are asked to make where no one is experiences harm. Every single decision, there'll be winners and losers. And so what you are discussing right now, just get used to that experience of it will always be a matter of weighing that out, weighing the cost, and the amount of harm done for one group versus the amount of harm done for another. That is the inescapable reality of school boards nationwide. And it is one that kind of drives people, slightly batty, but there's not really a way around it. All there is just to be as thorough in your work as you possibly can be, as earnest and discerning in your decision-making, and then constantly monitor to make sure things are moving in the direction that you intend versus not. So that's the question of survey. We'll also put together a slide deck. You all will not be able to use a slide deck everywhere you go. Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't. As you have any ideas about what should be on the said slide deck, please add that into your email that you send to us. So anything that you think should be in a slide deck that is a companion for the script, recognizing that sometimes you'll be able to be in a position to use a slide deck, all of your engagement sessions probably, and sometimes you won't be in a position to use a slide deck, many of your outreach sessions probably. But email us with any insights you have about if there's going to be a slide deck, what should be in it. What else do we have here?
Could you talk about slide deck? I mean, there's slide decks and there's slide decks. It's hard to have an opinion about it if you don't have experience with this kind of session and have a feel for whether you think it would be a good thing or a bad thing. So could you help us think that through, the pros and cons of a slide deck? I mean, is it a slide deck that has the question up there?
Yeah, the most common use is that it is essentially a perfect mirror for your script. So where I think this is particularly helpful is when I'm facilitating, essentially I'm asking the same question over and over and over. And that becomes necessary in order to make sure that people continue responding to the same question, as opposed to what often happens in these conversations is what people are responding to slides. The first person answered the question that was asked. The second person answered the question that was implied by the response to the second person, the third person. And so you kind of get this telephone game, and next thing you know, 5 questions in, people are answering a totally different question. And so repeating the question multiple times, you'll actually see this in the script. We'll literally put the script after every single person, ask the question again so that you recalibrate them back to answering the original question, not answering a splinter question. What I find is that having a slide show where you literally have the question up on the screen also helps ground people to, here's the question that's actually being asked that we're inviting people to respond to. And so typically when we use when we develop one, it is a perfect analog for the script itself, but recognizing that you won't always have the ability to use one.
So what's the con of having a slide deck? I'm persuaded by the way you answered. I don't know if anybody would object to having a slide deck, but that seems to me, what you explained, the value of a slide deck is persuasive to me.
Yeah, so there are definitely downsides. So one downside is, again, you're not going to be offering the exact same quality of experience to every single audience. Some are going to get a slide deck, some won't, and that is a qualitative difference in the quality and the experience that some folks will have. Another thing is you emphasize linguistic barriers. So you have a slideshow that's entirely in English. Then that could have a chilling effect on participants for whom English is not their first language, and they're seeing the slides run by, and they don't know what they don't know that they're missing. Because if I don't speak English, there are slides going by, I know there's something that I'm not getting, but I don't actually know what it is that I'm not getting. It could have a chilling effect. And so again, there are pros and cons either way. You all just have to decide, what makes the most sense for you all, and we'll go about executing on it.
Could I move that we have a slide deck and have it be in English and Spanish. And if we're having a meeting that would call for another language, we would have slides prepared in that language.
I'll second that.
Okay, we want a slide deck,
No problem.
English, Spanish, and
Okay.
other.
All right, what do we got here? Observation, presentation materials. Going through my list to see what all we have not yet accomplished. Okay, so before we move on to some of the logistics, just one last thing on, kind of programmatic issues. If you want to get better at throwing a football, you just got to get out here and throw a football. If you want to get better at playing the piano, you just got to get out here and hit some keys. And if you want to get better at really being effective at listening in this context, you just got to practice, practice, practice. So one of the things I encourage you to do is harass your friends and family for practice opportunities. Certainly encourage you to do that. But I'll just also let you know, as your coaching team, we are super happy to make ourselves available for practice sessions. So whether one-on-one or in small group, if you want to get together and just practice the listening, not even necessarily a specific script, though we'll also provide script practice later on. Once you have finalized the script, we'll extend this invitation again. But if folks just want to practice the listening, we're happy to hop on a Zoom and do some of the listening. We do this with other boards. It's a normal thing. If that's something that you're interested in, just shoot us any of the three of us an email. Carol, Greg, or I, shoot us an email, and we'll gladly schedule some time to just practice, where we'll just kind of throw sentences at you and you practice observing back what was said and back and forth and back and forth, and then role playing through some of your script when the time comes. So if that type of practice would be helpful to you, just know that is a part of having access to coaches. Is that we're happy to practice. So with that invitation, we transition to the third kind of leg of what I want to cover this evening, which is to get into logistics, which is predominantly about who you're going to listen to and when. And in which capacity? Is it an engagement session or outreach session? So who you're going to listen to and when is really the last major kind of logistical question I wanted us to get into. And so what I actually want to do is, because the easiest thing to do is for you all to just email your spreadsheets in, if you haven't already done so. We'll work with your staff to crunch it all together and then iterate through with you all to narrow down which ones you're actually going to do. So right now, really what I mostly want to accomplish is just do some out loud brainstorming. And we'll try to capture some of this. But then at the end of this, again, your homework that you did where you put together some spreadsheets, we'll ask you to email that to us. And then and we'll work with your staff to put all that together to create a list, a deduplicated list of everybody's ideas. But for the sake of brainstorming, the floor is open. Who are some examples of groups or demographics or organizations or just anything at all? Who's some examples of folks that you want to make sure are included in the listening? And should it be an outreach session, one that you're going to their meetings, or should it be an engagement session that you're inviting these people to a meeting that you're having? And is that something that you should aim for June, July, or August? So that's what I'm listening for. Who should you listen to? Is this more of an outreach session or engagement session? And we're talking more June, July, or August that you're trying to target it for. Floor is open. Again, we're just brainstorming. Nothing is in stone today. We're writing in pencil, not pen. So what we talk about today is not representative necessarily of what will happen in reality. But right now we're just brainstorming. Who are some groups that you think we should probably do an intentional listening with? Is that an outreach session or engagement session? And kind of what timeline do you think it makes the most sense? Floor is open.
PTAs.
AJ, do you have a copy of the list of potential ones that have been submitted? I don't know if we end up talking off of that, but I just wanted to make sure you'd seen it. I think it may have just been recently sent to you.
I can definitely pull it up if it's been sent to me.
Okay.
He does have
Okay, just want to make sure you'd seen it.
So I'll throw out the chambers of commerce, the Fort Worth Chamber, the Hispanic Chamber, and the Black Chamber, to hear the business community.
Are those outreach sessions or engagement sessions?
Outreach.
So you're gonna have to go to them. And any idea, is that more of a June, a July, or August thing?
I feel like we don't have a lot of time, but it's probably going to be a July.
Sounds like July's about to get busy, y'all. Who else?
PTAs, outreach, probably August when they're back in session, unless they're holding summer meetings.
Gotcha.
Including there's a special ed PTA, SEPTA.
Maybe
Could you repeat
Catholic
that, Ross?
Charities
Could
works
you
with a
repeat what
lot
you
of
said?
our immigrant, refugee, and asylum.
Hold on one second. We got two different conversations going. You asked for a repetition. You were talking about SEPTA, the special ed PTA, and having, and so inclusive of that PTA is in addition to building specific ones. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
All right. Yeah, please continue.
I said Catholic Charities, so reaching out, they work with a lot of we might ask if they could help connect us with, or if they would create a space so that we could speak with some of the communities that they serve, refugees, asylees, et cetera.
Refugee asylees, that sounds more like an outreach session than an engagement session. Do you have a sense of the timeline? We talk about June, July, August?
I would think closer to school would be a better time to capture families there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would say just the faith-based community in general. I think they could actually provide a space for us to visit and have their members come and share their thoughts with us. Timeline, July,
And to tag on to that, I think we need to make sure we listen to all faiths, that we are diverse in our faiths, and we don't just pick one over others, and we need to listen to all of them.
The large youth service providers, many of them have parent gatherings in August and early September. Boys and Girls Clubs, Campfire, YMCA, Child Care Associates, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, very diverse populations that they serve. They're all over the city. I think that would be August. And those would be outreach, ask them to host something, and perhaps get them to partner, not try to, might be able to get Campfire and Boys and Girls Club to come together and look for ways to combine some of these, but touch a lot of families and a very diverse population with those youth services organizations.
As a longtime volunteer, I would offer Boys and Girls Club, I'm sorry, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and CASA, CASA of Tarrant County.
CASA's a great one too.
Yeah, Big Brother Big Sisters is on there, and we serve roughly 700 kids in Tarrant County right now. So of that, you're probably looking at 300 to 400 Fort Worth ISD students.
The large contractors, the large employers of labor in Tarrant County, the folks you see building the houses, building the buildings, that are sending their kids to our schools, who don't come to these meetings, don't speak the language, but are a vital part of our community. We need to reach those people too. And maybe working through some of the larger contractors, people who are employing them, and gain their cooperation to make space available for us to go meet with their employees to talk about the education of their children.
What timeline do you think? June, July, August? Did you have a specific one in mind?
Could you summarize that
I'm
for
saying
us?
all 3 months. I mean, this
Gotcha.
is a
Okay,
process
gotcha.
that has to start, and we got to continue.
Who
Start
else?
June.
Gotcha. Who else? What do you have in mind? We're just brainstorming.
I'll throw out Leadership Fort Worth, the Rotary Club of Fort Worth, Fort. They show up at all of our meetings. I think Fort, the Council of PTAs, Braver Together, NAACP, Pastors for Children. I can keep going. The Hispanic Women's Network, Arch de la Rosa.
You know, it's, somehow we're going to have to prioritize among, think of the 3 months and make sure we secure input from every part of our community. And, you know, going through this list, and we just don't have much time. How do we, I think we ought to look at grouping some of these organizations, and it, you know, if you look on this list, the engagement side, we can, one thing that's logistically very appealing are city community centers. They have 26 around Fort Worth. They're in every single community, very representative. And in the interest of time and being able to do something that has minimal logistical challenges, I think we should think about those community centers as vehicles. They can host their own, or asking several organizations to come together and host something at a community center that's in their region. Many of them,
Or you all could, there could be an engagement session that just isn't at a school. You all could host it at a community center, and just invite all of the adjacent feeder patterns, community partners, neighborhood associations, things of that nature. That is not an uncommon strategy.
Yeah.
Carol Klochek offered Center for Transforming Lives facility as an option. John Burnett also offered the new Fort Worth Museum of African American Art. Those were both spaces that have been offered to us.
I'd like to step in on a couple things as we're getting near. First and foremost, a lot of the people we need to hear from won't come to us. I'll repeat that. A lot of the folks we need to hear from won't come to us for various reasons. And I know we'll have a lot of the faces we know, and that's welcomed. We certainly welcome that. But we have a lot of students in this district that we don't hear from their families very often. And I think most of the reason, if not all the reasons we're up here, is for that very purpose. So let's keep that in mind. I am going to make sure that I try and do that as well with my community engagement. The other piece I want to talk about is, I said this before and I'll say it again. The 9 people that surround me are pretty much encapsulate what's best things about Fort Worth. All of you, well-respected, doing this on your own because you believe in something. I think when we get to these details and the box of parameters that AJ has provided, which is awesome, I think sometimes we need to just look internally and say, what is best for Fort Worth? What would you are Fort Worth, we are Fort Worth. What is best for that, and how do we approach it from that perspective? Because that's why all of you are here, and I know you're all struggling with getting specifics and really narrowing down and penciling down, but I think if you step back just a hair and look back at the bigger and look and say, what does Fort Worth want? How do they want us to come to them, and just go from there? I think that sometimes may make it a lot more simpler, because I hear us all struggling about what's specifics, and I don't think AJ gave us specifics. He gave us something to work with, a box of parameters. And I think if there's any 9 people in this Fort Worth ISD that knows Fort Worth, it's y'all. So I would go with that.
You know, and Dr. Licata, your first point, a lot of people won't come to us, and you know, the second 2 pages are outreach. So what I'm hearing you say, we really ought to emphasize outreach and go into into the communities, make it most convenient. And, I know some organizations will, provide childcare and serve a light meal to enable people to come on weekday nights. So I think we all take to heart the importance of reaching people where they are. And I guess with that inclination, look more at the outreach list and think about moving some of the ones from the moving ones from the engagement list to outreach. There were two Excel tabs, one for outreach and one for engagement. But recognizing that if we want to place a priority on going to people, and when we think about the little time that we have, focus more on going into the neighborhoods and the organizations that we can help host things there.
Other reflections? Anybody else before we transition? Then my request is, again, by lunch tomorrow, please email us with any other ideas you have about outreach or engagement sessions, and any rough idea of when you think it makes sense, when it's best for them to take place. We talk about June, July, August, and we will work with your staff to try to create a list of all of these, organize it, and then the next step in this process is that when we have that master list of all of the recommended outreach and sessions, all the recommended engagement sessions, what we will do is we will send it to the 9 of you individually and have you put your initials essentially next to all of the ones that you would be willing to be one of the 2 board members who goes to do the listening for that session. So whether it's outreach session, engagement sessions, you'll just go through the full list and you just put your initials next to all of the ones where you'd be willing to be one of the 2 board members. Now we'll have column 1 we'll have board member 1 and board member 2. Board member 1, if you put your initials in the column for board member 1, what you are saying is I am committing that if we host this session, I will take responsibility for making sure that we connect with this community partner, or that I am working with the school district staff. If it's engagement, that I'm working with school district staff. If it's outreach, that I'll be the one making sure that we connect with the community partner. And so if you put your name down to be board member 1, you are taking on a additional logistical accountability. That doesn't mean you personally are choosing to be responsible for all of it, for actually implementing every piece of it, but you are choosing to be accountable for ensuring that the implementation gets done, whether through your own hands or through the hands of someone else. And so there is a little bit of extra work associated with signing up to be board member 1, but you can sign up to be board member 1 or board member 2. In you all's case, we'll probably add a board member 3 in case folks want to do that. But generally, most of your sessions would have just 2, maybe 3 board members, unless you all decided to take a dividing. If you feel like this is going to be a massive session, we should have more board members there to have multiple breakout groups, then that would be the case. But that's the next step, is you all are going to actually have to put your name on the dotted line and say, here are the ones that I'd be willing to do. Then we'll work with your staff to take all of your 9 spreadsheets and put them together. And what will be revealed is there will be some that have at least 2 names, some that only have 1, and some that have none. And at that point, that finalized version of that document we'll provide back to you. And you'll essentially have about 24 hours to make any, we'll send it out to you individually, the 9 of you, and you'll essentially have about 24 hours to make any modification, because there will be ones that have 2, which means this session is definitely happening. There'll be ones that only have one person signed up, which means this session is not happening unless somebody else adds their name to it, unless somebody modifies it in the next 24 hours. And there'll be some that have none, which means this is almost certainly not happening unless 2 people sign up for it in the next 24 hours. And so that will then determine how many actual sessions there are based on how many you all sign up for. At that point, there will be some that are orphaned. And then, exactly as Pete described earlier, we would encourage you to go back and pair up ones that did not get 2 board members to sign up for. Which of those could we combine with ones that did get 2 board members to sign up for? So that is the process. The way that you'll decide how many sessions you have, it really comes down to how much work is each of you willing to sign up for. And that will shake itself out in the spreadsheet, and then we'll know what we know. And so our request is that any additional ideas that you have about what should be on the spreadsheet, different groups you should have outreach and engagement sessions with, that you have that to us by noon tomorrow at the absolute latest. That be the latest that you get that list, any modifications to that list back to us, and we'll work with your staff to then put all that together and send it back out to you by, let's see, noon tomorrow is Thursday, to send it back out to you by end of business on Friday. So you get that end of business on Friday. We would request that you get it back to us filled in with, here are the ones where I'm signing up to be board member 1. Here are the ones where I'm signing up to be board member 2. That you have that back to us by noon on Monday. So you got the whole weekend to play with it, but by noon on Monday, you get that back to us. Send it, email it back to us. We'll work with your staff on it. And then collate all 9 of those again, and then get that turned back around to you by noon on Tuesday. So then noon on Tuesday, you will see, here are the ones that are definitely happening because there are already 2 people who signed up. Here are the ones that are not necessarily happening because there's only 1 signed up. Here are the ones that are not necessarily happening because no one signed up. And then we'll ask you to, any modifications you make, get that back to us by noon, 24 hours, get that back to us by noon on Wednesday. And then we'll, again, crunch that, and then that will tell us which sessions have at least 2 people. They're definitely happening. Which sessions did not get 2 people. And then try to identify which of those can be combined with sessions that did. And then the resulting document, which means you'll have that by next Friday. The resulting document will say, here are all the listening sessions that you all have identified for your as your plan for conducting the listening. Now, as I mentioned, it was asked earlier, later on, if you find out that we missed something, can you add? Yes. But generally speaking, the plan is the plan. And so we just encourage you, sign up for all the ones that you're willing to do, and don't sign up for ones you're not willing to do. And then we'll see what the confluence of all that is across the 9 of you. And by next Friday, you will have a sense of what are the sessions. Then once you have that, then the real work begins of working with you all to start organizing all those sessions, working with staff to organize all the engagement sessions, and working with community partners to organize all the outreach sessions. So I've just ran through a very, very rapid timeline with you all having very hard deadlines coming up very rapidly over the next 9 days. What questions do you have? And by the way, you'll get an email.
Could you
with
write
this
a
as
written
well.
summary of that for us?
As I said, you'll get an email with this, so you won't have to remember all this.
Okay.
What questions do you have?
Well, and we need to stay after you leave, but we have not combined all the different lists. The one, we have one list, it's one person's list. And we've gotten several other people have put together lists. I don't know how many of them are duplicates, but I suggest after AJ signs off, because, we'll have close to 150 here, and we need.
And our request is that you all have all of that and have gone to adding whatever people need to add as a result of this evening's brainstorming, but have all of that back to us, all 9 of you, email back to us, probably us and Kushner is probably simultaneously. Email that back to us by noon tomorrow at the latest, and then we will do the combine at that point.
Dr. Insler has sent all the lists to you earlier this evening while you were on, so you probably haven't seen it. They've been emailed. Dr. Insler, is that correct? You've combined them all? And does all the board members have copies of everyone else's list as well? You have the hard copies as well?
Then, again,
don't
any modifications, we've gone through this now. Some of you have already thought of some new things that were not on your original list. So update your list to whatever degree you intend to. Email them back. It sounds like Dr. Enzar and I are the people to email them back to us. I'm sorry, you've got Carol's email. I don't know that you all have mine. So email it to Dr. Enzar and Carol by noon tomorrow. Any modifications to the list that you sent in previously? I suspect most of you probably have some tweaks and modifications by now, and so that is a request. By noon tomorrow, have that emailed in to Dr. Enzar and Carol, and then we will work with your staff to put them all together and get this process rolling with the intention of having a fairly durable final draft back to you by next Friday.
Okay, well, we're
But
going to go to work tonight.
there's a bunch of steps.
Thanks. You've given us a big assignment.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work to do.
Thanks, AJ. Appreciate it.
Thanks, AJ.
Going to work now.
You all have a blessed rest of your evening. If there's any other way we can be of service, don't hesitate to hit us up.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You know, I haven't seen hard copy everybody's list of organizations. I think we're going to have to go through this tonight before everybody leaves and decide on, 20 priorities or 30 priorities. This is like 130 right here. And I'm sure there's overlap with other people's lists, but Dr. Enzar, could we get hard copies of everything so we can go through this tonight and say, okay, here's the 30 that we want to emphasize? Because if we go through 150 or 200, we're not going to coalesce, and we do it randomly without having any communication with each other. It's likely we won't have many twos on any of them.
I don't disagree. What we could do process-wise is, again, like, start with, again, go down the line or whatever you want to do, start with you or whoever, and identify what are, the 5 key ones, and then we kind of talk through those. I get the challenge, but otherwise, I'm not sure how you would coalesce to 30 otherwise.
Well, here's the thought. If we can get a hard copy list, we can go through and you rate it a 1, 2, or 3.
Well, but I mean, as well, tricky, risky as it can be. I mean, AJ said, put your name by the one you desire, right? And if we have some where they're left out, then we probably need to revisit it.
I don't see how. Well, one is I don't know that everybody has a copy of all the lists, but we have I don't know how many this is. That's mine. 14. Yeah. This is mine. These 4 pages.
I don't.
Mine.
I didn't have it.
I don't see how overnight by noon tomorrow, without our setting some priorities, that's going to come together. We can run through these lists, and if 2 people say, okay, I'll do that one, and then once we want to try to say 40 meetings between now and the end of September? Do we want to say 30 meetings? What's our...
AJ reappeared. He's back.
Oh, pardon me, AJ, I thought you were signed off.
I was. Thank you for recognizing me for a second. I hear what you all are trying to do, and you can do it this way, obviously, if you want it. I generally don't recommend it. What I would recommend that you all consider the approach that I've suggested, which will reveal a winnowing and a narrowing down, but it'll do so more organically. It is a little bit more lengthy because there are multiple steps. So you all can do it the way I hear you describing it right now, where you're kind of identifying what's a finite number, and then can we combine them into it? That is a much faster process than what I'm describing. But I wouldn't recommend it. I would recommend you consider the more organic path that I've described, where everybody is submitting things. We create a list, and then we send it out to everybody, and then everyone signs up, and then we figure out what the result of that is, and proceed from there. That being said, I will go back off screen. You all can make a decision, but if you want to do it the way you're doing it, so be it. If you want us to kind of help marshal and facilitate this, we're also happy to do so the way we've described it.
Does it change? You know, we have over 200 on this list, and we're going to have 30 meetings between now and the end of the year? I mean, now in September, is it going to be 40?
And so that's the challenge is I don't think any of you know. And I would suggest that the best way of knowing is going through the process we described where people are signing up for things, and then we'll find out what you all signed up for. Maybe you all collectively sign up for 10. Maybe you all collectively sign up for 50. I don't know. But the problem is neither do you. That's the problem you're facing right now is you're trying to bring clarity to something. And the approach that you're taking is a reasonable approach. You're essentially enforcing clarity, saying, let's aim for this number, and then let's try to coalesce around that. What we're saying is same intention, but coming at it from a different direction. Let's come at it from the direction of what are people willing to sign up for, and then see what number that gives us. And so again, both of them are different ways of solving the problem. But I think, I just think you'll run into some challenges trying to set, especially with as many sessions as people have written down. You're going to run into some problems either way. But if you all want to handle it more quickly, I think that's perfectly fine. But if you want, we're happy to help hustle logistics for you. It will take a little bit longer, but I think it'll be easier in the long run because then you'll have people who have signed up for the things that they're willing to sign up for. And that will be the forcing function, not a set number of meetings being the forcing function.
We'll go with your advice. You know, wish we had 50 where we're choosing among instead of 200. And without any kind of discussion among ourselves about what our priorities are. But we'll go with your advice.
Well, and what will happen is your priorities will shake out. It'll shake out as a result of the work that you all sign up for, and then there will be a remnant that didn't get 2 people to sign up for, and then the next task is okay. So we got people to sign up for 40, and here's the remnant. Here are the ones that didn't make it to the 40. Which ones can we pair with those 40 so that they aren't excluded, but that they're matched up that way. But you may find that. One of the benefits of doing it the more organic way is you may find that realistically, people are only willing to collectively do 20. You want to know that because there's no point in trying to round up 40 if people are only willing to do 20. Or you may find that people ultimately sign up for more and you actually, you do have 40. And so, but I think it is a little bit slower, like I said, because if you do it the way we're describing, I don't think we're going to have a real answer until next Friday. And so there is a huge benefit of using the number as a forcing function because then you will get an answer much more quickly. But that's on you all to decide kind of which is more the priority. Do we really need to have this list ASAP? In which case, you should probably just pick a number and then rally your list around that. Or do we need to figure out what is the actual workload this board is willing to take on and let that be the forcing function, in which case it'll take a little bit longer, but then you'll know that number more clearly.
All right, thank you.
I will sign back off and I will just wait to hear from you all kind of what makes sense and where we can be useful, and we'll go from there.
Okay, well, our due out number 1, noon tomorrow, is put our name beside some number of these on these lists. That's what we owe you by noon.
By noon tomorrow is any modified list, because oddly enough, I realize you already have a huge list.
I didn't understand you. What do we owe you by noon tomorrow? The B1, B2?
Any modifications to the existing list. What I've heard in this conversation is some people have brainstormed some additional things they hadn't thought of earlier. So your list of 200 will probably balloon to 210 or something. That is the due by tomorrow. Then we put all that together and we give it back to you by end of business Friday. And then by Monday is when you all provide the sign up for board member 1, board member 2.
Okay.
By noon on Monday is when that would be due.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought that tomorrow, so all we owe you tomorrow is a list of everybody's names, every organization.
Yep.
Okay.
Whatever each of you individually think, send that in, and then we will put all that together and get you that master list by end of business Friday.
Okay.
And then by noon Monday, everybody needs to have signed up for whatever you're going to sign up for.
Oh, great. I misunderstood. I thought we were supposed to identify our choices by noon tomorrow. That was what I was trying to, okay.
Oh, yeah. That'd be a little bit rough on you all. Giving you all the weekend gives you a little bit more spaciousness. And what I've described, I'll email out to you this evening. So you all will have in writing the timeline that I've described between today and next Friday.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Again, have a good one.
We'll be able to sleep tonight now. Thanks.
Yes.
Okay, so all he's asking for is to send in all of our list of suggestions. And Lisa, I guess. Oh, good. Okay, well, that's easy.
Does that work? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, then we in effect have done that. I mean, if people want to add some, how many people have you, and you know, some people may have looked at the list and thought, well, everybody I thought of is on there, so I don't need to add. So I guess everybody can look at what we already have. If you want to add to that, add to that.
There's a lot of duplicates.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Oh, there are a lot of duplicates. Yeah, of course there would be.
I'm thinking about what Dr. Licata said too, like people who we prioritizing people that we don't hear from. You know, I mean that's what I will look for. Actively look for people that I don't talk to, I don't know, and listen to those people.
No. That's good that you underline that. That's gonna
Oh,
be-
did you want me to do? That's loud. Okay. I was saying I think that I will take Dr. Licata's advice to heart and look as we generate this list and as we sign up for what we're available for. I'm going to actively look for organizations and communities that I don't regularly associate with, just in my daily life, because that's the vision and values I haven't heard from yet. And I think that might be a good tactic for all of us to do as we look at what we're available to, people we're available to meet with.
I think so, though. I also thought there was something to the, this group, what we are or are not in terms of Fort Worth, and thinking about what is important for Fort Worth in terms of which voices do we want to make sure we are thinking. I do think the voices we don't hear is part of that, but I do think there will be voices that we hear from regularly. But, Fort, we hear from, 12 times a meeting. But I do think it's, again, important to sort of engage them, even though we know we hear from them. So I consider that, too.
No, that's true, yeah.
One question I had, and Pete, you were touching on this about the literacy thing, and if you don't give a baseline, maybe you don't get the answers that, need to be, or the input that needs to be there. He mentioned people using the one-pager. With the STAR results coming out literally this week, I mean, it seems like to me, I think it'd be a good idea for us to have a one-pager that's kind of just a state of the educational, or the Fort Worth ISD educational state of being right now is this. Here's your one-pager. Here's our STAR results. Here's how kids are performing. Not to use for the questions. We can ask the questions however we want, but just so that everybody has that in the audience. Because again, some of the people that we need to get to are probably some of the people that aren't actively going out and seeking that data. They may not have it.
We could have that for you in moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's easy.
I think that's a good idea.
Nothing too deep, just.
Because, there is not unanimity on the importance of literacy. I can tell you that. We do a lot of polling in this area, and in certain regions, they just don't prioritize it. And so, you know, we have said we're all about student outcomes, student academic outcomes, and I don't expect we're going to have a city that doesn't believe that that's a top priority. But there are some cities in Texas where it wouldn't be a top priority. So anyhow, I hope we at least get a resounding affirmation of student outcomes being important. So,
I know
all
it'll
right.
get him in trouble, but you know, lawyers, we talk about the 10th justice is the Solicitor General of the United States. I feel like Jacob is the 10th manager. The you know, as he sits here, you know, to the bitter end.
He should be
let's give him
allowed
some
water.
credit. The power of the
Does he
First
get water
Amendment at
drinking
work.
rights?
That's right.
Here.
Yes, yes.
Is that coffee or beer? Yeah. Okay.
We've reached the interactive part of the show.
Yeah. All right, thank everybody. And Lisa, thank you for carrying such a heavy load. And Lewis, both of y'all have done an unbelievable job with this. Thank you all both. Okay, pardon me, we do have to officially adjourn. Let me make sure
It's
I
on.
get it exactly right. Okay, we have concluded all the matters on our agenda for tonight's workshop. I'd like to close by saying thank you to all the community members who are here. I want to particularly thank the ISD staff for their support of this evening and all the work that they've done. Appreciate the work that y'all are going to do to make this work. We've bitten off a big task, but we all know how important it is. We are embarking on one of the most critical parts of developing our ability to effectively lead this school district, and these listening sessions are critically important to that. Thank everybody for your commitment to making those happen and making them be effective. As there's no further business, the time is 9:23. Meeting is adjourned. That was fast.
We're going to fix that clock.
Yeah. Particularly with